Hello, guys. Wow, zombie grub on the solo screen? Crazy. Hello, hello. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. Obviously, I'm not zombie grub, but this is our feed. And this is where we are going to be chilling from and casting for the rest of the day. How you doing? Welcome to God. 62-month resub to start us off on the day. This is the eSports World Cup Global Qualifier. We are on the co-stream. They didn't want me for the Global Qualifier. Dang. That's okay. I am here. And we'll be co-streaming today and also tomorrow. I'm not working officially this weekend. I think the days they gave me, I think, yeah, I got prioritized for regional qualifiers that I couldn't do, sadly. So I didn't get to do many of the EWC qualifiers. It was a little bit sad, but such is life. What's up, Gromwell? Thank you so much for the 47-month resub on the Prime as well. Excited to kind of dive into some games and see what we get. And see what kind of takes place today. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to be here for the whole day, but there's going to be 4 best-of-5s and 2 best-of-7s today, as I believe they work through the winner bracket and the first round of qualifying matches. And then tomorrow it's all lower bracket and last chance qualifying matches. So, it's going to be very interesting. I didn't really think about the fact that... Yeah, I didn't really think about the fact that Roddy and ZG would be on stream so much straight away, but yeah, I guess I'm not really set up, so I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm feeling pretty gross right now. I've had COVID this week. I'm getting better. My cough's pretty much gone and everything as well. I tested negative or close to it this morning, so I'm at that point where we're pretty much kind of, you know, feeling better, but still not 100%. So just a little heads up that, A, I'm going to do my best to cast, obviously. If I say a couple of dumb things, or if I get distracted, or I just lose concentration, or if I just go quiet, I might be coughing or something, for example. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why today's stream might not be the best. But we'll try and get through as many of these games as we can, alongside the mainstream and stuff, and then we'll just, in general, go from there. We'll see what the day brings us, and we'll just enjoy some games together, because there's nothing else for us to cover this weekend, because this really is the event that's going to be stealing the spotlight for today. These are going to be the matches, so the first 4 matches are just winner bracket round of 8, and then it's qualifying best of 7s afterwards. So obviously, I imagine the schedule is going to be accelerated, so the sooner that the match is finished, we will just get straight into the next one. So this does not necessarily have to be a 7+ hour day. It just depends on how the matches go. So yeah, we'll see. See how that turns out. What's up, Black Spade community? Thank you so much for the 60-month resub on the Prime. Sip Ship on the 45-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. It's kind of weird that they put ZG on like the solo screen for like 4 seconds before they ran the bumper. I guess this was like a welcome to the eSports World Cup Global Qualifier. And then that was it. Yeah. Hope for speedy recovery. Yeah, it's all good. I'm much better right now. I had like one day of feeling a little, pretty sick, and I've had a bit of a cough and stuff, but I've been pretty much back and feeling okay since then. So yeah, it's been definitely just day by day, feeling much better. But yeah, sometimes you just get knocked down a long way, so it does take a little bit to get back. Honestly, it doesn't feel so bad until we I think a lot of it is like, when you start talking, especially, you're casting, we're talking for a long period of time and focusing and stuff, and also it's freaking hot in the UK right now. I don't think you guys can actually hear my fan because I've turned it down to the point where you guys can't hear it. I don't hear it on the background noise, so hopefully you guys don't hear it either, and that means that you guys can listen to me cast peacefully without me burning to crisp, because if this fan was not here, honestly, I would not be in this room right now. It is so warm. It's upstairs. It's like the heat is collecting up here. I can't get it out of the room. It's brutal. You don't hear it, yeah. Earlier on, when I first tested it, I had it on 10. Right now, it's on a 4. When it's on a 10 and I talk, you can start to hear it definitely in the background of the microphone. You can start to hear the blowing when I'm talking. If you have sensitive ears, some people won't hear it. But yeah, when it's on a 10, it's a no-go. But I think on a 4, a 5, I think this is a 5. I think we're gonna get away with a 5 for now. So yeah. I'm going to be turning it up a little bit whenever I take a few moments away from talking, for sure as well. So, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm obviously just using the feed from the mainstream guys, and they have provided a feed where we do not hear the cast, but we should have game sound and so on. So that should be pretty great for us. And there we go. So once we get in game, it's obviously just like normal, but obviously out of game, it will in fact look as though I am Rotti and ZG at the same time, but that's not truly the case as we get ready to go, and we start today off with the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner. This is going to be Lemon in the bottom right, who has been obviously fair to say, a very successful player in the Taiwanese region, and really kind of bouncing through the last couple of years. I mean, the regionals and the last EPT season that we had was really impressive from him. Like, he did some crazy stuff. He draws ByuN in the first round. I think Lemon is actually a fairly scary opponent for ByuN. ByuN's TVP has definitely improved lately, but it's not at its tip-top best. And Lemon, I think, actually is pretty comfortable in PvT, so I think this is actually a very interesting first-round matchup. Again, the way that this works is this is a best of 5. If you win this, you get into the qualifying best of 7 in the upper bracket. If you lose this, you have a lower bracket to play through, which will be another best of 5 at first, and then another qualifying best of 7 should you win that. So basically, you have to qualify, you have to win a best of 5 and a best of 7. No matter what. Every route you take wins a best of 5 and a best of 7 to qualify. And you will get a chance to play at least 2 series. Obviously, you can't go loss-loss. But yeah, that is the way to victory. You must win a best of 5, you must win a best of 7. And then you get to qualify for the eSports World Cup. Now, there is a little asterisk on that, which is you do not qualify directly into the eSports World Cup. Yes, I know. You actually qualify to the global play-in, which is played in Riyadh, so you do fly out there. There's a lot of prize money on the line for it. And that's a 4-player tournament between the 4 players that come from this global qualifier today and tomorrow. So those 4 players will then compete in that little double elimination bracket. The top 2 move into the main EWC, which is where all the other players have already qualified into over the past few weeks, from Dallas, Star Agora, GSLs, the online qualifiers, and everything else. So big wins in that regard if you can get to that point. But like I say, this is not like as good of a qualification. This really is a last chance qualification, and EWC, they do like to make the last chance qualifiers a little bit worse. You know, they want to make a point of like, hey, you guys should have qualified in the first place, you know? So definitely, like I say, something to think on. It's not going to affect us too much today. Does the game sound okay for you guys? Do you guys want it a little bit louder? I mean, it's a little bit quiet on my side, I think, which probably means it's a bit quiet for you guys too. It could probably go up a bit, right? Obviously, it's a little bit weird because I'm not on my usual setup, but it is obviously today the the clean feed, so I've got to kind of adjust the volume. I'm going to inch it up a little bit. I'm a little bit scared that if we get into a big fight, it's going to be way louder, but yeah, just let me know, guys. Happy to hear the feedback today, because like I say, it's a little bit off from the norm. So already talking and heard my voice, you're a bit confused. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to bother with putting my own camera on or anything today. I'm just going to be hard chilling with the clean feed up the whole time, so a smidge louder will be okay. Okay, I'm going to max it out on my side, and then if it needs to go up anymore, I'll just increase it on YouTube. Although maybe I should max it on YouTube and then set it up on my side instead. That would probably be smarter. Let's do that. Hang on 1 second, guys. Maybe that's what I usually do, and then I usually have it like here-ish. We'll go with this. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, we've seen Reaper, we've seen a Hellion poking around initially. There is a Cyclone and a Medevac on the way up currently, so we bring that straight into play. The charge and a couple of gateways, plus that robotics facility coming online right now. We get a lot of that up and ready to rumble here as the Medevac is going to lift off and head down the bottom right-hand side of the map, so a big zoom down the right side toward that main base. Bit of a rough time for the Korean and Asian players in general, though. I think it was something I wanted to mention, but maybe I'll hold on to that thought, because this Stalker is taking damage and a lot of attention is being put to the front, which means this drop in the main has potential, but there are actually going to be 2 Stalkers there straight away, so the defense initially is pretty good. Cyclone takes a lot of hits, does not go down, staying alive, going to run to the corner. Medevac can lift that Cyclone up, dodges the Stalker shot there, gets back down and keep dealing some more damage. ByuN doing the right thing right now, which is applying some good pressure and able to get a lot done. This was huge for him. Gets himself a couple of Stalkers. He should be able to, I guess, the Sentry at the end here as well. He's going to turn onto that Stalker as well. Still has a Reaper Hellion over here. Actually love the idea of getting into the main with that Reaper, because there's a lot of low HP probes, so you could maybe capitalize on that still. He's actually going to get another Stalker. That's going to be the call. ByuN, I love it. He's focusing on the army, realizing that he can actually get rid of units. And by removing units, he's going to get rid of potential counterattacks and so on. So what an attack from ByuN. This is one of those attacks where it's like, oh, 5 workers, I actually feel like that's okay, but there's so much more story behind it, because the amount of units lost there this time around really has been a pretty big deal. I mean, you don't usually lose that many units defending something like this as Lemon, so yeah, that was a very good continuation of the attack from ByuN, who sends his Raven across the map as well. We'll look to get that in position in the next few moments to try and get some more work done here. And get that all settled on in. Well, just going to be having ourselves the Raven coming around the bottom side. As you have ByuN back at home, just getting his stim up. The Raven going to continue to look for openings here. Lemon is going to go for the Colossus. We're going to start getting that up and rolling. Makes a lot of sense, as I love the Raven. Obviously just gets in, a couple of probes. Not going to kind of be too crazy with it. Just a couple of workers. Nice bit of damage done. My big concern, and I'm going to probably say this a lot in this series, is that ByuN, I'm not going to say he loves it, because obviously he doesn't love the outcome of what I'm about to say, but it happens a lot. He has this tendency to get into good positions in PvT and end up playing a much more complicated game than it needs to be from the position he's in. He loses so many advantages in this matchup. So ByuN being ahead off the early game is not going to convince me that he's going to get the job done on one single push. This is also against Charge, which means that you're pretty well defended here with Charge and Colossus. Let's see if ByuN can truly fight this. As no target fire at all on the Colossus just yet. Going to let the tanks help against these Zealots initially. Now we do get some shots off on the Colossus. Going to go low, but the Marines are only thing left on the high ground. A couple of Marauders could really go after the Colossus. That would be a lot nicer. Fine for ByuN so far. Yeah, fine for ByuN so far, as he is going to try and chase down. That's a new Colossus right there that's going to take some hits. The Colossus on the left side comes in and helps to play cleanup. The siege tank there will go down. But Lemon is going to defend, and so ByuN, I think he traded fine, but he does not get any of the major units. The big benefit for ByuN right now, I think that has to be said, is that this was just charge locked Colossus, right? Stalkers don't have blink yet, so this army is maybe not as good as it will eventually be, and it's definitely not as good against drops as it will eventually be. As ByuN is going to regather himself. That third base is coming online as we speak, so getting the third base up and running. Stalker and an Assimilator coming online as well, and a couple of units in the mineral line there also going to get cleaned up for now. I'll just join up once more as we have this Raven heading around the bottom side, so just going to be getting that set up. The probe going to sit in that bottom left corner as well. Going to get that on the way. +1 and Blink coming through too. Hey, what's up, Ascalon? Thank you so much. 65 months resub. Appreciate it, mate. It's a big resub. Thank you so much for keeping it going. Appreciate you. We do have the Raven. Just again poised on the middle. All of those bases on that bottom side looking for opportunity. Scan coming down. The Colossus on the move. Stalkers and an Immortal setting up and figuring out what it is that they would like to achieve here. As Lemon is going to see the rest of the bio coming back up that right-hand side. Ghost Academy coming up as well. And that Raven is going to be pushed away, going to go from one base to the other, down in that bottom left. Again, +1 and Blink coming through. The Vikings are building. Marine Marauder coming up. The armor upgrade coming online. We do have our Bioforce going to regather into the bottom left corner at the moment, as this is looking to be ByuN on the offensive once again. Knock down a pylon. I'm going to take that out. Again, Blink has just finished up, so there is an improvement to the Lemon army. This next pylon grab as well. Going to supply block for a few moments as the pylon finishes. Knowing there's still supply block needed the next to finish up. As we do have ByuN sitting on a decent collection of units. First Vikings are out, and also he's making his way into Ghosts So you're starting to get a lot of the tech up and rolling for the moment as the Robo Bay Twilight Council coming through as well. We had a Forge on also, on top of everything else that's happening just now. 2 Immortals being added. I love the buffering of this army and just kind of getting it up to a very tanky kind of setup. Bit of mine shots connecting, couple of Lizards going down. We do peel back to the bottom left a little. Another EMP. Nice anti-armor missile as well. Hits a bunch of the units on the left-hand side. Those few Immortals are going to be pulling it back. The Zelda looking to charge through. ByuN being very cautious about picking his fight. But the anti-armor missiles down, those Vikings are going to make short work of the Colossus. Then it's going to be a question of, are these Immortals good enough to really kind of just pack the punch? I don't think so. I think right now this is a bio army that's just a little bit too good. There's no upgrade lead on either side, and I think ByuN is just going to have the better quality of army for this stage of the game, quite frankly, which is generally an issue. Usually the Protoss is going to be on a better quality army in these scenarios, but it's just not the case there. As we are going to see the bio continue to shoot. A couple of Stalkers, still very much so going down. ByuN is going to take game number 1. And our opening best of 5 is going to open in the favor of the Terran player from Korea. ByuN, again, had a great start. He kept up the momentum after, for the most part, obviously trying to fight in, trying to find some damage, and he does successfully get there for a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Again, guys, like I say, I'm going to be lazy today. I'm not going to go and change the camera to me between games and stuff. You guys don't want to see me. I'm just going to let ZG and Roddy grace your screens and look pretty. I'm going to sit here and just talk over, so I probably use a lot of these breaks as well for as downtime too, and maybe just, especially later on, probably just not talk as much between games because my voice is not used to being used as much as it's going to get used today. So I'm going to have to try and reintroduce it casually back into the casting kind of sphere of things and how things work. Imagine that, my voice actually having to, realize that's going to get used. Also incredible. Incredible. Well, obviously that was our first game. It is best of 5, so we have I love I love that. Look at that. 1 Terran, 0 Protoss. Never mind the players. Let's just get their races on screen for a little scoreboard check-in. I love that. Did you have that during Dallas and stuff? I don't know if they're still like improving the graphics and stuff and so on, kind of through these qualifiers, or what the deal is, but anyways, we are going to jump into game number 2 of this best of 5, as we have in the bottom right side, the red Terran player is going to be ByuN. Yep. Clearly not quite the same intro length from me as it was from Roddy and ZG in the top left. The challenger right now is Lemon, down a game, and he is, of course, looking to bring it back in this series. As I actually felt like he had a lot of hope during the Asian qualifier. Did not quite make it in the end, and ended up grabbing this global qualifying spot. As observers try hard, and well, look, when you get to just kind of be an observer and you're only observing, sometimes you kind of get bored in the early game already, and you're ready to do the zooms and the swivels and actually pay attention to doing that stuff, whereas, I gave up on that a long time ago. I'd rather read my Twitch chat and see people complain about the balance than do a little swivel at the start nowadays. I used to have a really good swivel intro. Like, I used to feel like mine was one of the better ones. Not biased, just it was actually just factual. It was a nice little swivel in the game. Could still pull it off if I had to, just like I say, we don't do it a lot nowadays, Cybercore and Nexus both on the way up. The Orbital, Reaper, and an Engineering Bay block initially, so we do see Lemon opting for the expansion over on the 3rd location, so he will just go expand out of position. No doubt that is going to be a target on his back. There's no way ByuN is not going to look at that and try and take the chance of being able to get rid of, a bunch of workers or so, because stuff's going to be out of position and so on. Like, there's just no way that that's not going to be a thing. I refuse to believe it, so expecting that to be a factor. at some point soon. Expect ByuN to be a little bit aggressive with the engineering bay block, forcing his opponent out of position here on Maganatha for this second game of the first best of 5 today. ByuN still didn't qualify. No, ByuN did not make it. That was very close. He had some good games and some good matchups. Lost to Cure in the yeah, I believe he lost to Cure in the online Korean qualifiers. Obviously didn't make it far enough in this season of GSL. Was not Star as Agora. Fell out a bit early in Dallas. Yeah. Today's plays, in case you don't know the full lineup, is obviously ByuN versus Lemon, Heromarine versus Ryung, Astrea versus Lambo, and Gumiho versus Goblin. It's a very fun field, to be honest. Says, yo, Fireball, thank you so much for the 63-month resub on the Prime. Yeah, what I was going to say earlier, and then we got caught up because the aggression was starting, is that it's definitely a better time zone for the Europeans. I mean, I understand obviously trying to hit all three, 3 different regions of the world in for one qualifier. It's never going to be great, but the Asians, ByuN, Lemon, Gumiho, and Ryung, they all have to start playing at it's already yeah, I think it's already midnight for them, actually. If it's not midnight, it's 11 p.m. So having to start playing super late, especially when, if you're in that last best of 7 of the day, man, this is going to be a long night for you guys. So definitely wondering about fatigue. Especially Gumiho, I think, is going to be the worst affected because he is the player on the bottom of the bracket. The other Koreans are on the top portion, so their matches will be finishing a little bit earlier on at least. Huge day though. I'm sure they've been prepping for it because they'll have known about this a little bit ahead of time. And this is such an important qualifier. There's no way you don't prep in any way possible to get yourself ready to play this one. There's just no way at all. Yeah, thank you for Fireball for the 63-month resub on the Prime again, guys. Appreciate the support. I'm not going to have any pop-ups or anything on stream today as well, so if I do miss your sub because it just pops up and I'm watching the game and I don't hear a sound, I do apologize. Just, it's one of those days where I just don't want to run anything over the top of the clean feed and stuff. ByuN going for a similar opening, but he loses the Cyclone much earlier, and this time the Stalkers are going to be maintained as well. Oh, and we step back in, we lose one, but we do keep the other alive at least, right? However, now ByuN's going to threaten these probes, and the Stalker's going to be stuck in a corner. Could he not get through the Twilight count? Well, 2 Stalkers, 3 probes. It's another fairly successful opening. Imagine he kept the Cyclone alive a bit longer. The extra damage dealt there could have been absolutely huge if you keep a Cyclone alive alongside everything else. Kind of crazy. There's the Rover Bay and the Forge coming through. The Nexus still coming up. Extra Zealots in production. We do have the Stimpack Siege Tank and a few Marines building as well. So just bringing a bit of everything up and running for now as the Observer continues to build up on the Robo facility. Last CV's blown away. A couple of Marines going to jump onto that hallucination. And I'm just taking some damage. A couple of depots continue to take hits as well. +1 and Blink continue to come through. The Marines going to get that. Hallucination is going down. That will fall. Rest of those Marines and a couple of Siege Tanks still joining together here, pressing towards the front, getting to that natural. You have the +1 attack upgrade coming up on the Forge, so you're going to bring that straight through as well. An extra gateway is coming about. Lemon in a much better position to play this game. Nice scan. It instantly catches the Observer. The scan's quite far forward. I think that Observer catch was a little bit fortunate, unless he saw the Observer and he just wanted to make the absolute most of the scan. No point scanning where you come from, right? So if you've got a choice of scanning ahead or scanning behind, may as well scan ahead. So it might have been he actually did see the obs and then he was just making the most of the scan as well. Liberator gets 3 probes and keeps some units back at home, which allows ByuN to potentially move on the map. Again, it was charged first from Lemon, and so I think ByuN is not mistaken to just sit back, pull back, and just hang back a little bit instead. Because obviously the last thing you want to be doing here is to be full sending this into like a full sending this into like a a big push into charge. Charge lots are very, very good against you defensively a lot of the time. So yeah, something you typically want to try and steer away from is the medevac. Coming over to the left, looking to maybe unload into the natural there. Rest of the bio coming over, a few Marines unloading onto this mineral line, and probes are in some trouble. Going to see the Zealot getting grabbed pretty much instantly. The Zealot's going to keep charging forward. The tank's going to turn onto the Colossus. I mean, we are not going to get the Colossus. It survives on like 1 HP. Wow, but ByuN is going to win the rest of this fight. Still has a tank alive too, and that Colossus did not retreat to a battery just yet. The drop just keeping units busy. Yep, that Colossus does end up going down. Now these few Marauders are going to try and make this work through the battery healing. I don't think that's good enough. He actually lost stim there on those Marauders too. As ByuN just trying to keep the chaos up at the start of this. Still really the start of this game too, but it might very quickly become the end of this game too, because if ByuN can get that momentum and keep it, there's a lot of potential there. He is taking a third behind this. I don't know if he has got the momentum to kind of keep going for more. Like, getting rid of one Colossus is nice, but the other being alive is definitely still a defense available to you as the Protoss player. So, triple medevac loading up. Obviously, there's not a lot of Stalkers alive, so you're pretty free to fly about and, you know, try and take positions and move in certain ways and get to certain places with those medevacs. So we try and aim for that as the medevacs go up the right-hand side. Stalker continue to blink about. Couple more Stalkers showing up, and that medevac super low. Have to be a little careful as well. Oh, we're going to dive back in! Wow, look at ByuN, fearsome. That was smart as well. Pulls the hurt medevac back, and he's actually going to get in there for the +2 attack upgrades. Not what Lemon was expecting. There's a couple Stalkers already in position. Felt as though they were zoning nicely. Now he blinks forward aggressively, looking to get rid of the medevacs here. Going to get rid of 2 out of 3. And the Zealots will play cleanup after. However, now is there too much in the main base, because the 4th is going to be under fire. Guardian Shield pops out of the sentry. The few Zealot numbers are counting up. We've got 1 tank here from ByuN, a couple of Widow Mines that can put some serious work in against those Zealots, help to soften up that front line and give you access through. ByuN going to unload those units from the top right side, but they're not going to get there in time, and I think he's overstimmed heavily in the oranges. Does not really want to go further than that with those health bars as they are right now. Another couple of Widow Mine shots hitting toward the Zealots. 2 more Forges building. Nexus and the Sentry coming about. Armory, Engineering Bay continue to come through. Widow Mine still being produced. And we do have Medevac, Marine, Marauder continue to be added as well. Zealot just takes the Watchtower. The rest of Lemon's army still moving around a little bit as we just have, again, the armor upgrade coming through. The Observers coming by. The Nexus and the Robo Facility coming up. +2/+1 on the Forges. Going to get straight into play. Yeah, there's a much more playable game for Lemon. Clearing up that bit of aggression has given him a chance to really stabilize in the game. I mean, look at him go now. 5 bases coming up and online. Extra robos, all those upgrades. There's a lot of good stuff coming up in the future here for Lemon, so he's going to get to right where he wants to be in this game. And now we look at ByuN as to what he can do to try and reset Lemon back into maybe a little bit of a less strong position. Can ByuN make anything happen here in these coming moments? Or is this truly going to start just spiraling out of control and into Lemon's favor? The mines get borrowed up. We step forward. And it's chased away. The Zealot counterattack dealt with immediately, so no survival there for those Zealots, and that is going to be good. ByuN able to make an easy and quick cleanup on that, so very nicely done for now. Those rocks going to get knocked down. They will fall as the Bio and the Widow Mines continue to gather up. And +2 attack, +1 armor coming through. The additional ghosts are coming in. Are going to be there. The Stalkers get turned around. Two more Disruptors currently being brought out. Still got those gates being added on as well. And the Bio steps through. A couple Stalkers going down. The Zealots are going to try and chase on forward. The Zealots are going to continue to make their way through here as well as Bio Force. There's another nice Widow Mine shot and another one again. All those Zealots continue to drop for the moment. Back and forth continues as the Nexus. Number 6 now coming down. Lemon's got the right idea. When you've got momentum as a Protoss player, you expand and expand and expand. You just do not stop. That is never on your list of things to do. You do not stop expanding. That's exactly the process that Lemon is working with here in this game 2 right now. Again, once he survives through that early stage, I think we're going to see a pretty ferocious Lemon. A Lemon that actually is pretty dangerous. He's going to be quite feisty, and I think this matchup is one that he can do well in, honestly. So, be interesting to see again how that continues to pan out as the disruptors continue to chrono boost. Gates in the robo facility coming about, observer speed coming up, and alongside 3-2 upgrades as well. As that disruptor shot is scary, ByuN does back away. That's actually probably a disruptor he could have killed. He killed it very soon afterwards, but he committed to the split back. It's good to commit to what you initially thought, because changing your mind halfway through is how you do lose out on kind of a chunk of units by the disruptor. It's actually been very good for ByuN. 2 disruptors and now 2 immortals being killed. The chase down here has been effective. There's only really that 1 Colossus of splash damage involved at the moment, so that was a very good trade for ByuN. He's going to find a few zealots on that left side as well. As they play around this watchtower area, ByuN's going to see Lemon's army retreating back and starting to work on the rocks a little bit. Disruptor shot here will go for Marauder and a couple of zealots. ByuN has got a first couple of liberators here as well. They're not going to have range or anything, but still can be good to kind of hold some positions. Being a great trade from ByuN, who diving forward now gets the Immortal and the Colossus, and now this is just a gateway army. Zealots and Stalkers alone to try and stand up against ByuN, pushing in and finding all of the production on this forward base. And this is going to be now Zealots from the right-hand side. Probes pulling in as well. Those probes, I think, are just pulling to another base, but a little disastrous. The disruptors do not go anywhere near the bio units as well, so brand new disruptors now on cooldown, and they fight at the same time, so that cooldown is shared between them. Lemon's supply is dropping off a cliff. And he is going to be eaten up here by ByuN, who is not going to mind the bitter taste in his mouth, because he is actually going to be up 2-0 if this continues, because as you can see, Lemon's supply is just not holding on. This was a great sequence of events from ByuN, just Lemon on the map, and then Lemon not wanting to be on the map, but losing so much while retreating, and that's always an issue for Protoss players, retreating. It's so expensive to retreat, but that's what disruptors are meant to be great for. Disruptors are meant to provide you with the opportunity to, you know, stop the Terran player from chasing forward into you. That disruptor shot does go off, so that's finally a better connection from Lemon. I don't know if we've really had many better connections at all. Man, those liberators have been huge in the background as well. They've just been absolutely rampaging on anything that comes into range. We're going to continue to press some damage in. The disruptor shot firing does not quite connect just yet. Still +2 armor coming online. Marine Marauder Medevac coming up as well as another Wooden Mine comes through. The liberators will siege again. Gets there. Nexus still taking damage. The couple of liberators still firing up, and the Stalker's taking some damage too. Bit of army in the upper right hand side. Just going to be seeing the rest of this continuing around now. Stalker, Disruptor, Colossus gathering, scanning to the upper right once again. Just trying to figure out where the bases are. To be fair, Lemon does have bases everywhere. If he actually survives through this, then, I mean, you can look at the minimap and see that, you know, there's a base here, there's a base bottom left. Again, Lemon's idea is that he's going to win this game through, you know, just sheerly outmining his opponent. That's really not off the table at all yet. Going to see the Bio going to step forward again. A couple of Stalkers still being chased. The Colossus still pulling back. Supplies are evening up, though. I mean, Lemon just has that insane economy because of, again, bases all around the map. ByuN's been so focused on applying pressure on the army, he's not really stopped to kind of come and, you know, shut down bases, and now he's going to get his army flanked because of the warping coming from the bottom right-hand side base, and ByuN is like, uh-oh, what do I do here? He's going to step through. He's probably even thinking about the possibility of lifting into the medevacs, which is scary. Man, what a wild game, because obviously Lemon was kind of in a comfortable spot, and then definitely seemed as though he'd lost a lot of its advantage and momentum, but again, ByuN not quite able to put the finishing touches on what was just great momentum from him, and considering the lack of, you know, real kind of power units in this Protoss army, impressive from Lemon, who is now warping in from that right side base right into the base of ByuN essentially. And this is rough. I mean, ByuN could really do with the liberators actually, and really solidifying his position on the right side here. He's going to knock those rocks down. It separates the Colossus, and it'll take a couple moments to kind of clear that out. Not a huge deal, just one extra pathway to kind of escape from as Lemon reopens it. As Lemon is at 185 supply, ByuN does not really have an answer to this army, just consistently pressing into him. He's got more ghosts coming up. That's a liberator. Like I said, I really think he needed to get to libs a bit sooner. With more liberators, he could have held some of these positions more easily. I think, to be fair though, I get it. I understand what ByuN was thinking, because he was looking at this game probably thinking, man, I've got him on the run, I've got him on the ropes, because he is not able to really break out. He's losing out on all of his tech units. 7 Nexus in the game. it's not the craziest thing to see, but I think what's crazy is how he got those up. Like, he was establishing those while he was dying. And it's crazy because I was pretty sure at one point I was like, I almost said, I was like, man, I wish he'd cancelled that base because that feels like a waste to let up right now when you need units to defend. But that's the exact base now. We're just providing him with the reinforcements right on top of ByuN's base, and he's mining from it. So, yeah, it really has been a swing and a roundabout of a game. And ByuN get this back on track. Is Lemon going to be able to take himself a game in this series? Definitely presenting a challenge right now to ByuN in this game 2 of the best of 5. What's the resource lost? I cannot tell you. I'm watching a clean feed, so I can't bring up the tabs like usual. We might get to see it at some stage. I'll keep an eye out. I'll shout it out if it pops up on screen for a couple seconds. It usually comes up bottom right if nothing's selected for a while. But obviously that depends on how the observer likes to observe. Well, Vikings stepping through. The Colossus get chased back. Stalkers can push back as well. ByuN, I love this. Gets a base bottom left. So much of the time, Terrans struggle to find a chance to get out there and deny those bases, but he's actually going to find a base. And Lemon will warp in some reinforcements. Was maxed out, so couldn't warp in reinforcements before. One of the things he doesn't have is he doesn't have Storm, right? And a lot of the time at this stage of the game, what keeps your bases so safe is the potential to throw a Storm or two into any units that start to hit you. And so not having that ability really kind of limits what you can defend with. Obviously in this case, enough Zealot Stalker. That's 2 rounds of Zealot Stalker going to come across, and we'll be able to chase back for 1 medevac a couple of those units, including the Ghost. Can we go for more? Marine Marauder Ghost still coming about. Advanced Ballistics coming up. 2 Orbitals coming through. I'm just going to see the Refinery coming in. Bio Viking and the medevac just going to go over that right-hand side. The Stalker's going to blink down a little bit as well. Just going to see the Bio getting a little bit of a surround here. Disruptor shots trying to come through onto that army. Going to chase up. Probe on the watchtower going down immediately. The couple Colossus taking shots as well. Again, those Vikings continue to chase for the moment. So Colossus being pushed back. The Stalkers and the Zealots start to come forward. You're going to see the Colossus going down already. The rest of the Zealots charging in. The Vikings will land. We're just going to see ByuN is able to win a fight in the end. Wow. After so much back and forth, ByuN almost makes it look simple coming back the other way. We were still just missing so much. Kind of real value in that army, I suppose. And ByuN is going to take a 2-0 lead in this opening best of 5. And now 1 map away from a qualifying best of 7. In fact, 2 qualifying best of 7s, right? Because if you win your best of 5, even if you lose your best of 7, you go directly into the second best of 7 qualifying matchup in the lower brackets. So it's absolutely the place you want to be. So we'll get ready for game 3. Is ByuN able to close it out and get himself there? It would be a great first hurdle to get over. I would imagine as well that you never have to rematch anybody in this bracket. So getting through Lemon, who I actually genuinely think is a fairly dangerous opponent for ByuN. Like, I genuinely look at Lemon and think that's someone who has potential, you know, who can absolutely make stuff happen, who can absolutely kind of make an impact and upset you. I think getting through Lemon is huge. It would probably mean that he... yeah, I don't want to get too deep into analyzing the bracket because there's a lot of ifs and buts and what can happen in the brackets, so we'll make of that what we can when we can. Didn't even realize this wasn't the main stream. Whoops. Yeah, maybe I should be hiding myself away once the casters come on. No, there's no other stream. Stay here. Yeah, guys, there is an EWC stream. It's on, I don't know what the link is. I would assume EWC_black, but if you just go into the StarCraft directory, I'm sure you'll find it if you do want to watch the main stream with ZG and Roddy. It's also live on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube too, but the official stream is also live on YouTube, so you can, if you want to watch the official stream with ZG and Roddy and listen to them cast, I do not blame you. I know a lot of people prefer the co-casting and stuff as well. Oh, it is so warm in this room. It's so warm in this room. Good thing is, ByuN is going to get to shut us up because the next game's just going to start up. So no more complaining. As on the top left side, our red Terran player is going to be ByuN. The music's weird, right? It feels like it's like lapping almost. Like, I don't know if that, it feels like it's like ada da ada ada ada. I don't know how to explain it, but it sounds a bit weird to me. But I don't know if I might just have COVID brain still. So. Like that sound right now, like that. Whoa, 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 whoa. It just feels like it's just like a vibe. Like the low tones are messed up. Yeah. You can hear the music pulsating. Yeah, exactly. Pulsating. That's exactly what I want to say. It's exactly the phrase for it. Yeah, it's strange. Something about it's a little bit off, but it's okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy. Just double check my sanity's still kind of intact here, you know? Big plus. Big positive. Let's see, in the corner patrolling away. Gonna drop down a factory. The orbital and the Reaper continue to come through for the moment here. Obviously, Lemon in a must-win situation to stay in this winner bracket. Obviously, if you lose this, you drop down to the lower bracket. I do believe, so something we can say is if you lose this, I'm pretty sure you will play a Terran in the lower bracket, because I'm pretty sure the loser of this just drops into the loser of Ryung versus Heromarine. So I don't hate that for Lemon. But obviously, it's always still going to be scary. Those are difficult players to play against. They have a lot of potential to do well. And there's only going to be 4 players that make it to Riyadh for the global play-ins, so... You know, winning a best of 5 and a best of 7 seems so achievable, but the competition level is just so high. But honestly, out of all 8 of these players, I could genuinely see any of them making it. Like, is Lemon maybe the most underdog? Lemon and Goblin, maybe the most underdog players? Yeah, absolutely, but can they absolutely pop off and win a best of 5 and a best of 7 against the opponents today? Yes, 100% they can. Absolutely. Lemon just put out a great performance, pulling that game back for a little bit in that last game. So yeah, absolutely... a possibility is Hallucination going to send out onto the map. Twilight Council is on the way up. They have seen a lot of charge-based openings here from Lemon to dissuade ByuN from the early aggression with the bio and the tanks. It's going to stop ByuN from being able to kind of push into position a lot of the time, as ByuN double Reaper this game is going to go for 3 probes at the very least. He's going to get 4 now. Can he find 5 with the 1 final Reaper? Probably wants to prioritize getting this out so he can scout in the future, or teaming up with the Hellion in the natural. Works as well as we drain that battery a bit. I'm not sure we'll get through for any kills, but yeah, Reaper and the Hellion will escape away. It is charge as the opening upgrade again here from Lemon. It's nice to stop the Terran aggression, but it also takes away so much of what you can do. You know, it takes away so much of what Lemon can do in this game now as well, because he's now not able to realistically kind of, you know, be as aggressive. You know, he can't be as pressuring with the Stalkers. He could go for like a straight up Zealot attack, but that's very committed. Whereas, like, the Stalkers are able to really poke and prod and do very well for themselves a lot of the time, so... Interesting possibilities. The Starport is going to swap on over to the Tech Lab. Another barracks going to go down. A couple of Marines are coming up. Revenant Marines coming through. The charge on the way. Robo Facility coming online. Had a couple of additional gateways on as well. The Hellion is going to go and sit on the sentry for a couple of moments. Two probes going down, the Stalker's still chasing in. We are going to be seeing this drop. I think I get cleaned up. I mean, it's the 3 probes that drop, but better than what we've seen in previous games where we've been seeing units and drones, and workers and probes, I should say, going down. So an improved defense as Lemon gets into a better position than what he's had in the previous games right now. Robe and Forge going through, the Nexus coming online. Siege Tank and Marines and that Stim Pack continue to come over. There's the Raven. Going to position itself on that right side for a couple of moments. Marines get underneath. Hallucination goes down. Observer just going to step forward a little bit. A few Marines gathering. Medevac overhead. Obviously waiting for that stim pack to finish up. The +1 as well. We can take a chance to get onto the map and try and make something happen. The Observer right there is just begun to see it. Has he got sharp eyes today? It feels like he sees it. I think he does go down. He has got sharp eyes today. He's catching all the Observers that are nearby. Making sure to just remove those from the equation nice and quickly. Get rid of those and make life a whole lot easier for himself. As the auto turrets come down here, Raven takes a couple of shots, but will live and is going to go put itself between the natural and third. So, sorry, main and natural, so it can now have the chance to kind of hit different mineral lines. It's not such an easy kind of guaranteed defense, which is obviously great because now it's going to keep Lemon drawn out and give you more chances to get into positions and to potentially make things happen yourself. The Marines scouted all the way. Hallucination doing the job this time around. Lemon has been great at maintaining that map control even when the observers go down. Continue to challenge, to be able to see things, to be allowed to know roughly what's going on for the most part as well. Drop into the main base. A few Marines begin to unload, and we have a couple of Zealots here jumping onto the siege tanks. They're going to begin getting cleaned up as the Bio will fight. The Stalker's getting underneath one medevac, going very low very quickly, but does get out alive. Again, it's very safe play from Lemon because of the charge early. So I don't know if ByuN really wants to go for the committed, like, I'm going to try and siege my tanks up on top of your base play anymore. I think he's kind of happy to have kept some map control and to threaten Lemon here and there. I think backing away right now is a fine kind of option, but he actually sieges up further back. Reinforcements are going to start arriving in a second or two, but I think he might just be outnumbered a little bit. Two Marauders on the Colossus are not going to do much at all for themselves. And that is going to be a significantly better trade out here for our Protoss player, who does lose the fourth base though, so fourth base building has to cancel. ByuN does not have a third yet, if I'm not mistaken. If he's continuing to two-base this, he's got to go very soon. Like, there's a timer on ByuN's game plan. This game plan does not last forever. You can't just sit on two bases against a Protoss mine from three, but if you can hit a good timing, and I mean, we might even be talking about pulling the boys, pulling the SCVs to get a chance to just take as good a fight as possible. All it takes is just one really good fight. You can potentially close out this game. A couple of libs coming up as well. I like that. Just some zoning pressure. Area control able to come straight in as the Bio will unload. A couple of those Stalkers take shots. Actually going to get toward the Forge, and that +2 attack upgrade is going to be denied. It's been great denying in this game, as that's going to be huge. Just slows down Lemon a lot, and ByuN actually going to miss the Zealots going across the map, but that means the Zealots miss him coming down toward the natural / third base. ByuN, what's he going to dive on here? Probably the third and just, siege up the Widow Mines. That's a lot of Zealots on the other side, but both players are, if both players are going to take damage, then I don't even know if I paid it that much for ByuN. Recalls the Colossus into that position. Lemon is going to start losing those. Loses one, loses two. The recall is just not enough, actually. And Lemon dropped in the main base, dying on the third. ByuN actually makes it almost look like the easiest game of all. Despite not really getting as much done early, he actually comes through with a very resounding attack. And that is going to be ByuN 3-0 over Lemon. Opening series of the day will be all about Terran. It was a bit of a Protoss fight back a couple of times, but our favorite is going to be able to take the opening matchup, and that is a huge result. That is a very important result, as that, like I say, will be GG. And we ready ourselves up for a second series. So again, the bracket today will be Ryung versus Heromarine, and then Astrea versus Lambo, and then Gumiho versus Goblin. So a little bit ahead of schedule right now. That just means there's lots of time to play some nice long series further down the line as well, though. And yeah, we will be having that coming up here very soon. As I don't know how long it's going to be, actually. I don't know how long the break is likely to be. Like, I imagine the players mostly want to just go. Like, they probably don't want to wait around at all. As this is the winner bracket here, guys. So, again, from the winner bracket, top 2 qualify. There is a lower bracket as well. They probably won't show that on stream today. But the first round of the lower bracket is just going to be the losers. Like, if ByuN and basically the top 2 matches in the first round, the losers of those matches, so Lemon and Ryung or Heromarine, will play the first round of the lower bracket as well. And then if ByuN loses his semifinal, he'd flop into a different section of the lower bracket. But we'll talk about that more later. As there you go. We actually are going to see the lower bracket. So Lemon drops down there, and like I said, he's very likely to play. I'm pretty sure Ryung or Heromarine is how it's just going to work, and that's how the bracket is looking right now after our first matchup. Obviously, we have got more best of 5 action coming through. 3 more best of 5s first. As we'll be having those 3 coming up in the very near future. Like I said, I just don't know what the break plan is. Or the downtime plan, so I don't want to stop talking right now. If we're maybe just going to start going into a game, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm not sure where we're at in terms of continuing through at the moment. So give it a moment or two. Just fix something on the YouTube stream, guys. Cool. ByuN most likely wins this, or Gumiho. Yep, well, like I say, the whole thing isn't even played out. Top 2 qualify in the winner bracket, and then the top 2 of the lower bracket qualify as well. I'd say ByuN is a favorite, Gumiho's a favorite, Heromarine is... Honestly, it is kind of open. I would say ByuN, Gumiho, Heromarine, Astrea, Lambo, maybe my 5 favorites, with Ryung and Lemon and Goblin trailing a bit, but they're all at that sort of level where it is absolutely possible. And it's not like you have to win the whole thing. It's not like just one guy makes it. I think it's very possible for anyone in this tournament to potentially win a best of 5 and then a best of 7. You know, I think that's very doable. So yeah. Oh, a break. Like I say, guys, I've got no idea how long the break's gonna be. So I'm just gonna sit here and wait and chill. I don't know if this is just like they have to play ads, so it's gonna be like a minute or so. I don't know if they're gonna have a timer when the ads are done. But we'll just sit and watch for a few moments and just take it easy, I guess, while we wait for the next match to come online. Three minutes. All right, well, there you go. That's exactly how long we'll be. I will rest my voice up for 3 minutes then, guys. If nothing else is going on, there's no reason to keep on talking on my side, so yeah, I'll rest my voice up. Good to know we've got like probably 5 to 6 minutes between matches. It's good to know. But yeah, up next is going to be Ryung versus Heromarine, and then we've got Astrea Lambo and Goblin versus Gumiho. A lot of fun matches today. I'm actually really excited to see how good Goblin's playing. I missed the regional qualifiers, so I did not get to see Goblins run in like the regional qualifiers. I was in Poland that weekend. So yeah, it was there's a lot of the stories here that I just didn't get to really kind of follow because like I said, I just wasn't really here. So kind of getting the remnants of that because again, these players in the global qualifier are the players that finished 3rd to 5th in Europe and Korea, or finished in 2nd place in America and Asia. So yeah, I love kind of getting caught up on a little bit. But yeah, I'll take a couple minutes here, guys. We'll come back and obviously next matchup will be that Ryung Heromarine TVT best of 5 coming up next. Actually, an interesting one too. Ryung is actually very good in TVT, so this could really kind of go any which way. So yeah, I'll be just a couple moments. Rest the voice. As Roddy and ZG return, guys, we will be here to chat, but I'll try and, like I say, save my voice a bit, because I think today could get pretty long. Plain and simple. Yep, that is the next matchup, Ryung vs Heromarine. We knew that TVT coming up next. I know everyone's a fan of the TVT, but this should be a fairly fun TVT, to be fair, so looking forward to see how that goes. It's going to be our maps, Leylines, Ultralove, Pylon, Tokamak, Maganatha. I just love the colors on Ultralove. I just love Ultralove, just stands out so much when you look at these maps in this kind of format. I'm like, man, the maps look so much fun compared to all these kind of colorless tones on the other maps, although the other maps are actually very pretty too. I just don't think these images are doing them justice, that's all. But yeah, that was the maps. Sure, we'll have a bit more action in a moment too. I just realized I had the stream muted, so we'll let the sound come back in. If it plays, I don't think they'd have any sound though until we get back into in-game. It's just like ads and the bumpers and stuff. Like any videos they play seem to have sound. And there we go, the players are ready. Perfect. So no delay at all here as we get into this TVT. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Heromarine. In the top right, our blue Terran from Vitality. Looking to join his teammates at the eSports World Cup. It is Ryung. Why am I not competing into EWC? Well, as usual, I think it's better for the health of StarCraft 2 if the pro players get a chance to make some money. I'll just sit out and make do with the stream subs, you know? I was doing my best to support StarCraft. You guys know what's up. SCV is gonna meet in the night as they go through the line of sight blockers together. SCVs will nibble. SCV already taking some damage, so a few shots coming about for the moment. It's settled in. Let's just see, the command center will start up as well. CC going to start up. Reaper's on the way. Gonna see both players expanding to start off this Terran versus Terran, which is fun because that's not a guarantee. Obviously, TVT has a lot of different builds, double gas builds, single gas expands. Double gas, very aggressive plays. You know, there's a lot of different ways to set up in TVT. So seeing an expansion-based play from both early, I like the starting point of this. I'm genuinely very curious. I mean, Ryung really has had great TVT. He plays very scrappy TVT, but he can really solidify himself in a lot of great positions. I would not be surprised to see some mech in this series as well, maybe even one game. But then we've also got Heromarine, who in the past was amazing at this matchup, but I wonder if he struggles to find as many people to play against now that he doesn't get to practice against Clem as much. You haven't seen Spirit as much in events, so I think that's going to be a good question to be had there, to be honest. Reaper's is going to get there, a little bit of damage done. Reaper's just going to gather together. It's going to be seeing the Cyclone on the way up. The barracks is going to relocate slightly. Let's see, our refinery can drop down, so again, stop what's coming up. The cyclones are coming through. We get ourselves a little bit of movement here from Ryung out the front and onto the map. Both players just kind of opening in the same way until the second cyclone, which will build from Ryung and will not build, I believe, on the side of Heromarine. Okay, Heromarine going to get it, but he's going to get it a bit later on, so a little bit of a different way to kind of get to that point is all. Nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely fine. Once again, those two Reapers and the Cyclone just making their way across to the upper right side. So again, I look to see what's going on. As we'll see the Cyclone lock on for a couple of moments there and begin to get some damage done. Well, two Reapers and the two Cyclones continue to make their way down to the bottom left-hand side. You have the Interference Matrix on the way up. The first Ravens are building in general. No Matrix on the side of Ryung, but I'm sure that would be added on as needed a bit further down the line if he wants it. I mean, Matrix is just such a good ability in this matchup. It's very rare you're going to build the Ravens and then not endeavor to get the Matrix upgraders. Whoa, the Cyclone there stayed locked on. And Heromarine will lose the Cyclone at the front, so already Ryung getting one of the better kills initially. One Reaper for an extra Reaper, Cyclone Marine and SCV. That is a fantastic trade from Ryung early. Great start. Marine's going to go and hit that set of unbuildable plates. Looking to clear this little bit of an area up. Ryung just going to take his third base and put that straight into position there, move that out a little bit. See the barracks going to come down. A couple of barracks going to come down. Ripper and a couple of Cyclones continue to make their way out onto the map just for the moment. We will see the Interference Matrix, the Stim Pack, continue to come through. The 1-1 upgrades coming up alongside that as well. That's going to give Ryung the slight edge on that upgrade timing right now. So that is where we are going here initially, is just see the Cyclone able to stay locked on, able to grab one of the Reapers. And Heromarine will get his third into position as well. So yeah, still like it for Ryung, just a couple of edges are in his favor right now. Nothing too crazy though. These two Cyclones gathering up. Tank will siege already. Getting gathered as the, again, upgrade advantage from Ryung. Will be interesting to see if he can make use of that at all. Overall, beside those couple of Cyclone attacks, we are going to be seeing this game settling, and as both players set up defensively, it's going to be very difficult for either side to start breaking through. We'll see what happens, though. Yeah, Heromarine a fun player right now because we don't really see him a lot. He has not played in a lot of stuff as of late, so it'll be fun to see what exactly he thinks he can go into here. As that depot going to come down. Heromarine coming across in the medevacs. A couple of Vikings out down to the bottom side. The armory still coming through. 1-1 upgrades and the stim building as well. A few more Marines and medevacs joining together. Those Vikings very nearly getting into position there. And Heromarine spot this. Yes, he can. Instant boost away. Very quick response from Ryung. So takes a couple of volleys. Well, takes one volley. Obviously, a couple of Vikings. They each shoot once, and medevac takes some damage, but we get out and keep them alive. And then you can continue that threat for a later point in time as Ryung scans up to see what he's attacking into here potentially. See what defensive position Heromarine is working from at this point. Constantly building up. We had the 2-2 upgrades and the combat shield on as well. Combat shield, all the upgrades in general just faster here from Ryung. Got a slight edge. He's going to go for it. Matrix is going to try and come down. We had targeting on the Ravens. But we still got 3 Matrixes down, plus the anti-arm missile. That looks like a very one-sided fight as these tanks will fall. And Ryung is now going to have position on his opponent's third base. He's just going to keep stimming in. He is going to try and send it. I think you pull back here and let the tanks of your own do some work. That one tank of Heromarine seems kind of scary, but And Ryung just did not care. Holy, talk about dominance. He just committed. Saw the chance, saw the opportunity, took it, and ran. That is a pretty nuts call from Ryung, who just says, you know what? Yeah, I got this. I got this, no problemo. And he does very much so seem to have it. Just stims in, hits the Ravens. Very nicely done. Can't really say much more than that. That's a solid opening game from Ryung. In what was such a standard game, otherwise, like a little bit of a worse trade from Heromarine early, but not to the point where I thought Ryung could just attack in like that. So there was some upgrade timing advantages as well from Ryung, but yeah, I don't know. I felt like Heromarine was defensive enough, it should have been fine, but the Ravens just nullified that defense, and Ryung swept in. Take that opening game of this best of 5. Do you think this is the best shot that Ryung is going to have if he goes through the winner bracket matches? Because I think Ryung's best matchup is TVT. I think he is going to fare a whole lot better if he plays, if he wins this and then plays ByuN in the winners match right now. I think that is 100% the best route for qualification for Ryung. I think he's going to struggle against a lot of the non-Terran players in this tournament. Not impossible, just I think the TVTs are going to be his easiest route for sure. Like I say, he's very good in this matchup. Head straight into game number 2. Bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player will be Ryung. I have to remember that, you know, actual casters going to take a while to intro and stuff. You know, they're talking about things and going back and forth. Meanwhile, I'm introducing in the first 2 seconds and sitting here for 20 seconds waiting for us to switch. Top right, our red Terran is going to be Heromarine. How did the first game go? Just missed it. Was it close? No. It wasn't close because, in the weirdest of ways, because it was a very similar setup. And Ryung just attacked into Heromarine, and like Ryung had a better early trade, but yeah, Ryung just attacked into Heromarine and just killed it. Is the TLDR better Raven spellcast than just an attack where Ryung saw the opportunity, and a lot of the time it would not have really been an opportunity to end a game in a TVT, but this time it was. So it's a great identification to just send it, and yeah. So it's weird because like in a way it was kind of close. Like Ryung kind of played better throughout. He had the upgrade advantage, he had the early game advantage, etc. But it didn't feel like it was enough of an advantage to kind of run in and end a game in TVT. You know, of all matchups where the defender's meant to be so well set up in TVT and so on. So yeah. A little bit of a wild one to think on there for sure. You're going to see the expansion of Ryung for a second game, whereas this time Heromarine is going to play double gas in the factory early. So a little bit more harassment focused and unit focused in the early stages. Heromarine looking to take the edge in that regard. And his opponent's expanding, so there should be openings for those early game units to potentially get in and to maybe make something happen. It is a map with a ramp though, so that is going to go against you as Heromarine, trying to get damage done. There's going to be that ramp that can be used defensively. That could definitely make things a little bit more challenging. So factory still coming through, the reactor coming up. Manson coming online, Hellion also in production right now. Marines just gather, Reaper as well. Marines there, Reaper moving across. And we just have ourselves the starports coming up as well, so we just get that all ready to rumble here. Taking a few moments to get set up and figure out where we're going to go. Now a couple Marines coming about. The Reapers and the Heli going to join up as well. Medevac Marines and Cyclone building. The Cyclone on the way from Ryung as well. Just going to see the two Reapers and the Heli going to come across. Why is the music so loud? That's just how they want it to be on the beat, I suppose. Cyclone lock-in, SCV taking damage. I see the medevac going to get pushed away a little further. Medevac will still be hanging out there. A couple of Reapers peel away over to that other side. Just going to be hanging about. After the Liberator and tank coming through. Ultralove is a really good map for being aggressive on. There's a lot of good tank positions that kind of reach across into the natural. The Marines are going to straight up drop into the natural though, because this is not siege tank focused, this is Cyclone focused in the army. Which means he has to kind of go more directly in. Matrix on one of the medevacs will stop the lift-ups on all of those units, and we'll start to push this back a little bit as Ryung loses a couple of units. Is down on army supply, but ahead on workers. You see Reapers in the main base going to try and cause some chaos as well. Going to get a few more SCVs here. The grenades didn't finish those units off. A lot of those SCVs survive in low HP, which is great because better that from Ryung's point of view than losing those. I actually think he's just kind of dying to the harassment in general, though. That's a lot of SCV damage done. 10 workers killed in the end. Obviously cost you a few of your units, but absolutely worthwhile. 10 workers is nothing to laugh at. That said, Ryung's done a great job of maintaining SCV production. He's got a much faster third, and he had a faster natural, so he's only 4 SCVs behind. Oh, looking for a breakout here as the Raven comes in, hits the Matrix on the siege tank. Other tanks showing up. I don't think we've got really much to do on the Ravens right now. No, we had one more Matrix, so he knocks that tank down as well. Can we actually push forward to break out of this? Doesn't need to push forward. The tank's already in range, so nicely done. Liberator showing up, though. That's going to be the next issue for the moment. The Marines Cyclone just going to unload, so just going to pull that back out. The Cyclone locking on. Liberator will go down. SCV's falling, just going to have the medevac loading up, and again, escaping from there for the moment. This has just been bullying, but Ryung just trying to hang on through for the moment. The Marines and the Cyclone coming back over once more. Just going to be seeing the Heromarine, even a siege tank here, going to get caught, and the Cyclone lock-ons will remain because the Ravens provided high ground vision. Ryung is going to have a 20 army supply lead pushing back out of this. Third base landed as well, so he can play catch-up on SCVs now. The Heromarines' work advantage is not being put to use yet because he doesn't have a third base on location, so it's actually looking very good for Ryung with that army supply lead, and he is not afraid to come across the map with it at the moment. It's going to be a little bit rough. I mean, at least there are Vikings to help deal with the Ravens. The Ravens will look for some opportunity here. We will get one Matrix. Oh, we got both Matrixes down to the tanks. They do get on siege and they will pull back, but they're going to be obviously unable to take part in the defense. That means your natural is going to be sieged. That is brutal. A few Marines will come out with a stim. The tanks will siege up now as they come out of Matrix mode. It's just rough because obviously you're going to have to lift up the natural here, and you're not going to be mining for this for the next few moments, so you have to come with a breakout sooner rather than later. More tanks showing up as well, so there's 6 tanks to break through. Oh, that's going to be difficult. We have to land. I almost feel like we've got to land the Vikings on top of one of these sets of tanks to try and help break them down during this breakout. This is rough. As you're going to see, those tanks are actually going to set it a little bit further forward. They take a little bit of a shot. And I like that, just spreads them out a little bit more, so it makes it even tougher for the opposition to really deal with this, as Heromarine is under heavy siege. Less than 1 minute back across the map at least, so he is going to look for some counter pressure, punish Ryung if Ryung is not careful about how much he's leaving back at home. Could be a way back into this game. 16 Marines are very scary. The opponent doesn't have the correct units to really deal with that. Acted immediately though on the third base. I wanted to go see what was there, but it's just some Vikings. So yeah, deflected immediately. Because the Marines able to still chase in. The SCVs again, they know they can be pulled and used in a defense here, so that's fine. We haven't even killed that many of the SCVs though, and the Hellions that are coming out because this is now turned into mech. But clearing up those Marines. Heromarine just says GG. He is getting too far behind, and Ryung is going to absolutely just storm his way into a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Well, guys, not much else to say on that. Ryung is playing some great TVT, getting to the point, getting in positions, and absolutely making a case for himself to make it to EWC this year. Ryung popping, like I say, it's I think the better side of the bracket for him right now, because I do think the TVT has a better chance of success for him than the other matchups currently. Like I say, Heromarine an interesting play because it's been a year where he's not played as much. I believe he's been at studying and so on, so he's not been as full-time focused and stuff. So it's still great when you see Gabe because he still plays very well. Just he's not quite at that level he was at last year when he went to EWC. He was qualified early, and he made a very good bid at the at the bracket. So yeah, a little bit of a Gabe in a different form this time. Take a moment or two and wait for them to host up this game 3. Bottom right side, the Blue Terran player up 2-0 right now is going to be Ryung. I really had a sketch if Ryung wins this quickly. I mean, right now is when the second match of the day was about to start, so yeah, making some clear space for the moment on the schedule, which is nice. This is going to be a late night for the Koreans, so yeah, Ryung bottom right, Heromarine in the upper left. Can Heromarine get back on track? Even with a bit of better harassment, it eventually just fizzled, and Ryung kept his cool, kept his nerve, and was able to break out and get that counterattack in place very effectively. Speed to the upper left-hand side. Let's just have our factory going down there. So factory coming in, orbital command setting up. So reacting the factory coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the rebuild on the way from Ryung, so already a little bit of difference in kind of how we get set up here. Yeah, Ryung coming in with some ferocity in this TVT. Actually gets me kind of excited for the ByuN Ryung TVT if Ryung wins this. Because, ByuN's been playing good TVT lately, but Ryung is looking absolutely ferocious, like I say, right now in this matchup. He's looking great thus far. Heromarine with his reactor finishing will allow him to get into 2 more Reapers, so we'll be behind on a Reaper at the moment. We'll get back with that reactor being done now. Again, a couple of Reapers in the Hellion continue to come up. We just got a starport coming through. The units of Ryung going to go poking toward the natural. The grenade and the Reapers and the Hellions are going to get separated. Not much though, obviously that information that is through Reapers, for example, tells you a lot from Ryung. You know where the gas count has gone to. So there is information you're getting to kind of build up from here in the early stages at the very least. Here we get turned around. Raven coming up, a couple of Marines coming in. Oh, nice little catch from Ryung. Gets a couple of units separated. Cyclone gonna get a lock on there as well. And oh yeah, the separation's killing Heromarine a little bit right now. Grenade goes down. He's chasing, looking for that Reaper that's low. And we get the other units on the natural as the grenade goes down. The Hellion looking for maybe some splash damage on the Marines. And the Cyclone able to at least get one kill before it backs it up. As now we got a medevac reinforcing, so it is going to be Ryung's pressure here. Honestly, I think there's just too many units, and it's not a shame to just kind of back it up sometimes. Raven being there to put an order turret down if things get dicey, and you'll be able to really deal with the majority of these situations very comfortably already. Raven back up the top, and Marines gather. Just going to see that medevac still going over. Reaper Cyclone coming by as well. Marines and the Cyclone just going to come out. Going to be seeing the push at the front continuing as well. Those few Marines going back the other way. Cyclone locking on. Marine going to get picked away at. Raven coming through. Auto turret going to drop in. We just have that medevac still taking some shots. Cyclone and the Marine still moving through. The barracks is going to lift off and relocate slightly. Still got the siege tank and the Raven producing as we have full-on mech play from Heromarine. Kind of like it because it's clearly not been working for him playing the Marine tank styles. So I'm kind of into him playing just full-on mech here. Ryung was also wanting to play full mech game too as well, and mech versus Marine tank is not easy to play. Well, Marine tank versus mech is not easy to play, so maybe Heromarine like, hey, if you're willing to do that, I want to be willing to do it too. Maybe he feels as though the slower going game of a mech versus mech could be something he can bend into his advantage should Ryung go for that route, although Ryung gets scanned here, throwing down a barracks or two, and so the bio will be confirmed. Unless he pulls a fast one in the next few moments and cancels those barracks, cancels sim, and decides to go mech based on the fact that he has been scouted. But doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Ryung is going to show up, is going to be noticing very shortly that this is mech as well, so we'll see the multiple factories, we'll see the lack of certain units, and for now, we'll have to step back a little bit. Interference matrix going down as we try to buy time for those siege tanks, but man, the matrix just lasts so long. That one tank in the back still in position, and Ryung is going to lose the real main kind of heart of his army there, so losing the heart of your army, not ideal, and definitely going to be weakened up at this point on for the moment. Big push from Heromarine, heading down to the south. I mean, might actually be difficult for Ryung to hold on to, especially after losing some units already. Heromarine has the Ravens, and healthy Ravens at that as well, has some energy on them. Attempted break-in, first Matrix going down. There's only one tank on Matrix right now from Ryung. That goes down instantly. This time it's Heromarines' turn to just push across and to very convincingly push into position. I mean, this was just Ryung's attack going wrong, and Obviously trying to get into the Marines at the moment as well. Their power is not really hit just yet. Stim is only just finishing now. I don't think he even really has enough numbers to begin with the bio at all. Looks as though we'll have ourselves a series that will go beyond 3 games, which is, again, brilliant. That is typically what we want to see. Some back and forth and some contest here as we play for a spot in the biggest tournament of the year. Heromarine doubling supply on Ryung as these final units battle it out, but the reality is that Ryung is not recovering from this after 36 SCVs have fallen already. This one is definitely coming to a close, and we will, like I say, be going to a game 4. Unless something nigh on miraculous happens, I guess, at this stage. The thing is, you know, I mean, not just in case he's not behind us. You're also playing against Mech. Mech is very good in that scenario as well. I'm gonna chase. Tank goes down. The Cyclones get pushed back. We'll just go floating across for a second. I mean, we're really holding on to a lot of hopes right now as a Ryung. If we think you can turn this one around, I think that's unrealistic. But apparently going to give it our best shot still. Nothing wrong with trying when you're on the biggest stage. And I think this is definitely a thinking about the next game situation already, to be honest. The medevac's gonna load up, gonna head in toward the main base, and they go. A couple missile turrets. Gonna get rid of one medevac. And credit to Ryung trying to find answers and openings to make stuff happen. The problem is reinforcements are going to come through. The Hellions dropping in his harbats. We're just going to say GG. He knows he's not fighting his way out of this troublesome situation, and we are going to get a game 4. And Heromarine will bring it back a map, so he's going to bring it back by 1. 2 more to give himself a shot in the qualifying round from the winners bracket. See if he can find his way there the next couple of games. Take a moment, guys. Like I said earlier, as the stream goes on, my voice is not used to talking so much. It's been a bit of a rough week, so as the stream goes on, I'll probably just take a chance between games to be a little bit more quiet and to take a second and to not talk too much. After 3 games, they might get an extra minute or 2 as well to, yeah, to set up. Sometimes after 3 games, it's the official time they're allowed to break in a series, but looks as though we're getting going pretty quickly anyway here. Top right, our blue Terran player Ryung sends an SCV onto the map. Nice and early here on Tokamak. So some aggression early on from Ryung. He tries to take advantage in the early stages. Bottom left here, Marine, winner of the most recent map and breaking some of the momentum. Starting to bring it back the other way. Double gas Heromarine. Obviously, single gas currently for Ryung. Proxy over here. Look at that rally point of the barracks. That's right where the proxy is, so it's already looking good from Heromarine. The build order is good for him. The double gas is naturally going to be, a defensive build against this, and then the scout with the Reaper will confirm its 2-rex, which gives you some good info to work on as well. It still comes down to micro. You're in the best position to make the right calls and to not be surprised by anything here as Heromarine, so well, you should be, as long as the Reaper doesn't get over there to scout a little, so obviously it would be nice. Let's see, Ryung committing to multiple Reapers at a time, getting a couple of them on the way out. The factory coming through. Reaper is going to step over, and it's going to go exactly where we were talking about. Check for exactly what Ryung is doing right now. No, I was going to say he's about to turn upwards. He did see it, though. He turned back the other direction, so confirmation there. As with the second Reaper out, Ryung should start looking to make something happen, but yeah, this early game is going to be tough for him because he is not going to find the build order he was hoping to meet from his opponents. And the preparation there on the opposing side is good as well. Good SCV pull, obviously getting some damage done with those SCVs, and we are heading toward the Hellion, which will be a much more stabilized defense against the Reaper production of Ryung, who is still building Reapers, so even now starts a fresh one. Really wants to get that Reaper count going here early and still try and find some moments to take advantage. Just going to try and hop up, but I'm out instantly by the Hellions, so that goes absolutely nowhere. No success at all in that position. You can see the Reaper Hellion pulling back out into the center. These barracks starting to float as well, so not much more we can really do here, I don't think. Racing the barracks, going to come across. Where are we at then following this? So basically, we're going to have a CC. Oh, he does get the block! That was funny. Oh, he lifted it back up to try and reblock better? Not sure what the idea was there. I don't know why he lifted it back up. Anyway, the idea was he's trying to block it from landing, and then by blocking the block, Heromarine couldn't land it himself. It got a little bit funky for sure. The Magfield Accelerator on the way, so those Cyclones are going to get powered up a little bit as well. Yeah, why did he lift? I wonder if he just wants to keep the barracks alive longer, maybe? I don't really know. And the Cyclone is going to step forward, the barracks is going to take some damage. Interference Matrix about halfway done. I mean, what Heromarine does from here is obviously very standard. What Ryung does at Magfield, trying to get back in the game a little. He's down heavily on army supply. Magfield can give you a little bit of an edge on those Cyclone battles a little bit here and there, but definitely a little bit of a tricky situation. I see a couple of shots going through. Cyclone's dealing some damage still. Raven about to finish Interference Matrix, halfway done. Tanks will siege. The Reaper still moving across. We are going to see that Cyclone locking on. Reaper goes down. Still got the Interference Matrix coming up then. Just going to be having a couple of units moving out. Like I say, Ryung's biggest issue is his army supply. His economy is kind of fine, and they are going to play mech versus mech, which is a weird little kind of combination of compositions, so I'm intrigued to see what the answer kind of becomes in the end. One question for Ryung is, can he survive long enough to get enough army out that you can make up for that deficit from the proxy 2 racks not really going your way early? Barracks goes down, Cyclones and Marines is going to be clearing up there. So again, the Infernal Perigniter and the Magfield Accelerator, that full-on mech play getting set up at the moment. And Cyclone's still gathering. Just going to see the Drilling Claws and Infernal Perigniter continue to come up as well. Have that on the go. Well, Hallion's going to fire. Cyclone taking a shot. So the Cyclone's firing. Cyclone taking a bit more damage. Armory still building. Going to finish in a few moments. Barracks coming up, ByuN still gathering over on that right-hand side. Just gonna step forward for the moment. A couple of the lock-ons coming through. The tank's getting chased back. Auto turrets coming through. Heromarine just not wanting to give Ryung the time to get set up. Do you blame him? Absolutely not. Take advantage when you've got the lead. Is going to be what Heromarine goes for here. I mean, Ryung gives up a lot of SCVs to defend. He does bring the army supplies back to being similar. But that loss of SCVs is something which actually we survived through here as Ryung. And with a third in position where Heromarine does not have one, we are actually going to have Ryung shifting this game around. Heromarine has to build a third base from this. He was very committed to just ending this game and taking the advantage and running with it. But with the defense, Ryung is going to get into a stellar spot to the point where we're just going to say GG, and Ryung is going to take it because Heromarine knows he's just that far behind economically with no third base. Wow. What a turnaround. Heromarine deciding to commit and it's backfiring so heavily. Crazy stuff. Alright, GG's, and that is going to be a TVT set up in the upper bracket. This obviously means that Ryung advances through to play ByuN in a Korean versus Korean TVT best of 7 qualifying match later on. Already halfway through the best of 5 phase of the day, guys. Well, up next is Astrea versus Lambo, and then of course we have Goblin and Gumiho taking part against each other. There is the bracket, and again, ByuN and Ryung will be in that best of 7 qualifying matchup later today as well. So some fast series-ish so far. I mean, we're definitely ahead of schedule from the initial assumption, but Astrea Lambo definitely has that potential to see some later game scenarios and to maybe see something there. There's confirmation of the lower bracket being Lemon versus Heromarine. That'll be a best of 5 that opens up tomorrow's stream. So look forward to Lemon and Heromarine tomorrow. That best of 5 will be with a lot on the line, plain and simple. And obviously, you will have to go through that lower bracket. Lower bracket's going to be tough, obviously, live on the line. No mistakes can be made. It is going to be difficult. Guys, it's typically, well, based on the last series, it was about 5 minutes from the last series ending to the next one starting, so I'm going to presume it's going to be about 5 minutes here again. So I'm just going to mute up and take a moment or two. I'm going to refill my drink, and I'll be back very shortly with you guys to continue the games. I'm going to mute the stream as well, just in case the music goes loud or something. In fact, they're going to have an even longer break, so there you go. I guess this is actually about the same break, just last time they had to play video ads, whereas this time they're just going to have a countdown. So all good, and we'll come back. Astrea vs. Lambo is coming up next, so I'll see you guys in a few moments' time. BRB. ZG with the 105-month resub. Don't make fun of you on stream. That's the only reason we're live. Laugh at the casters having a cast games, no? Not even here for the StarCraft. Hey. What's up, guys? Hello. A couple minutes. I'm just sat here chilling with the fan turned up a little bit so that we can try not to roast to death. It's freaking warm today in the UK. And our houses are not built for it. Especially not this studio, which is full of PCs and stuff, so it's warm, so I can turn my fan back up for a couple of seconds and take a moment or two, and then we'll get ready to go into our next matchup, Astrea versus Lambo. I think it should be a banger. I hope this, to me, I think this might be the best match we get of the day so far. I'm actually super intrigued by Gumiho Goblin as well, so a couple great matches just in general coming up. I'll meet up for another minute or so, guys. We'll come back when the countdown ends, and we'll laugh at CG. We'll be happy. The intro is playing. Road to the eSports World Cup resumes right here, right now. Qualify players through. Brody and ZG readying themselves for a PvZ best of 5 coming up. Astrea versus Lambo. I imagine the players are pretty much ready to go into it. Probably ready from the end of that last series. 5-6 minutes gives them plenty of time to prep up and get ready to go into this one. So it's definitely one thing to be said. These qualifiers, when they've been on, have definitely been pretty kind of to the point, right? Just go, 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 game. Definitely been pretty consistent, just kind of pumping through to one game after the other when possible. So enjoying that part of it for sure. As we get ourselves ready for this Protoss versus Astrea versus Lambo. Say best of 5 coming up in just a few moments. Once this graphic fades, we'll probably be in game. Close to it. There you go, I can hear the game sounds. In the bottom left-hand side, Persephone to start us off. Our red Protoss player here is going to be Astrea. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top left line. I'm just going to do my intro because I don't know how long they're going to take to intro the players and stuff. Like, wow, to sync. They're not waiting on me. It's just a clean feed. What a fun matchup. Lambo's been playing well lately. He's really stepped it up. He's actually had some good ZVP results too. Astrea, kind of a dark horse for me. Because, again, just has not played in too much of anything. It's been around here and there, but I don't think this is the absolute kind of max strength Astrea that we've seen in the past. I think if this was both players at their peak, I think we're talking about, well, peak Lambo PvZ was very good. Hard to say, actually. So, actually, they did play each other in Dallas. Astrea won 2-1 in Dallas against Lambo. So, that indicates a close series. Lambo won the time they met previously, which was all the way back in 2023. So they do not play each other a lot, to say the least. So yeah, I would have preferred Astrea for the majority of their careers, kind of when they match up. But Lambo's had some great moments where he's been very powerful in ZVP, so... If you look at that, the first time they ever played each other, the WardiTV Team League Season 9. Alpha X against the Fantastic Five. Lambo with a 1-0 victory then. Crazy. Alright, well, like I said, Persephone going to be our opening map as we get this one underway. And some pros versus gets to build on up. This could be the match, like I said, I think this might be the best match of the day so far. I like this bottom half of the bracket more than I like the top half, put it that way. I think Goblin versus Gumiho has a lot of potential to be very fun and interesting too. And like I said, I think this PvZ also has the potential to be fun and interesting. So super excited to see what we are going to get out of it in the very early stages. A couple of things coming about, Pro coming over. Stargate is building as we get ourselves just settled. Yeah, nothing really too much to comment on just yet. We'll see where the Stargate build takes us. We'll see if there's any tricks up the sleeve of Astrea. I am very excited to see how Lambo approaches the matchup as well. Lambo had a great run through that lower bracket of Star as Zagora. Only lost to Serral both times in that event to stop him from qualifying to EWC directly. It's just brutal when it's not just, it's like you don't even just die to Serral once, you die to Serral both times. Very sad. Unfortunately for Lambo, who fell to Showtime in the end, because Showtime did manage to beat Reno. Would have been nice to see Showtime and Lambo have the match off against each other to directly play into the EWC, wouldn't it? But it was not meant to be. Showtime pulled it out against Reno. Lambo could not pull it out against Serral. And so here we are instead, as we have ourselves the global qualifiers today. Lambo did take Showtime's spot in the global qualifiers. He was not initially in this part of the tournament, but he got his spot because Showtime made it through that Star as Zagora event. So at least there was a silver lining to Lambo falling that out by one short place in that tournament. Because Lambo didn't play EWC last year, he was there as an analyst. He was there as my he was meant to be my buddy all week with the tech analysis. I was meant to be the tech analysis host guy. That lasted about a day, and I became the side of stage guy, where Lambo joined me a few times as well to talk about the players and talk about what was going on. It's very fun to have him there. Would love to see him there again this year if he does not manage to qualify through as an analyst, because he really is fantastic at what he does. His ability to talk about the game and pick up on all the little intricacies and explain them in a fun, interesting way as well. There's a lot of the time in StarCraft 2 you can talk about the intricacies of a game. It's like, I'm just like, I don't care, actually. I just do not mind. But Lambo makes it all very fun to listen to. So, but I think he'd love to be there as a player, and I think he's got potential. It's going to be. I think this PvZ really is a great introduction to kind of how it might go. I do worry a bit for Lambo that there's so many Korean Terrans in the bracket. To me, Lambo's biggest weakness is Korean Terrans, I would say. Getting into like a stable kind of early game and so on against them can be rough. So yeah, I think that to me is Lambo's biggest weakness, perhaps. As we do have the Phoenix there, just going to nibble and nabble at the Overlord. Damage being done, a couple of devs will get a creep team at the front and threaten the Shade through as well. The Queens will step up to hit the Phoenix, although then they turn around, but it is enough to save the Ovi for the moment at the very least, which is, I imagine, the main goal of stepping through. And Astrea playing this as standard as standard can be. +1 on Blink following up from the Oracles. It was a Phoenix added on, which, okay, maybe that part is a little bit unique. But generally speaking, Stargate into Blink is one of the go-to styles, so really is not going to be that much of a surprise factor at the moment. Lambo is playing that melee upgrade, which is really good for him. The fact he's playing against the Stalkers. That's where the Oracles are going to help a lot, and especially 4 Oracles as well. The 4 Oracle can make sure to have a lot of damage output against Lings trying to wrap around Stalkers. There's going to be a ton of Stasis Ward potential to trap those Lings as well. So there are tools for Astrea to work against what is good against the Stalkers, aka the Lings. As that Phoenix putting itself to use, lifting up the Queen, allowing for the Oracles just to dive the Spore. One Oracle goes low. This is a lot of energy investment from the Oracles. As, oh, the Queens are going to get rid of that Oracle. It came back in way too soon. 4 drones, 1 Queen. All of that for an Oracle. I don't hate it, honestly, from Astrea still, because it's the same old argument. This damage feels great. It's just a shame because you didn't need to lose the Oracle to do it. Like, that Oracle made no difference being there. It could have actually absolutely stayed a win to regen shields. So the same as always, it's always great to see that damage. It's just a shame that we lost an Oracle for it, because in the end, the Oracle could have been kept alive, but that doesn't make it a bad trade. As we're going to see Lambo committing to the aggression here. He's going to get the Dropper Lords going. The Lings, Queens, and Ravagers are all coming through. Lincoln +1 are about to be done. Storm just now starting. And Lambo hit with this +1 melee Ling Ravager Queen attack. Well, we are going to find out very shortly as the Ling's peeling back there. The units in the center just going to activate Pulsar Beams and help to push back what is the initial wave across the other side here from Lambo. Astrea starting to see this now very early on. Cannons and batteries beginning production. Some of the Lings getting forward. I tell you what, the Oracles are going to be low on energy if nothing else. They've activated already over here, so Oracle energy is going to be maybe one little problem we have. Obviously, we can eat an energy overcharge, perhaps one of those Oracles, and get some energy back. Not sure how we're doing for stasis wards. Again, I can't check myself because we're working off the clean feed today, so we'll just have to wait and see. Doesn't look like there's a single stasis ward here just yet. Oracle did eat the energy overcharge. New batteries coming up again, biled down. Queens are going to go straight in. I tell you what, we've got a lot of Queens as well. The batteries are doing their thing, but is it enough? I mean, 2 of those Oracles are already very low. We do not finish them off, though. That feels bad, because that's would have been really nice. Just make sure they can't come back again later. But we are getting rid of pretty much everything now in the skies, and these few Stalkers blinking back into trouble. The Ling Ravager numbers are way too much, and Lambo convincingly gets into a 1-0 lead in this best of 5, hitting with dominance, confidence, and just believing in that attack. Man, it absolutely wrecked Astrea when it got to that other side, and Astrea just was not ready enough for it, unfortunately. That is going to lead us to a 1-0 lead for Lambo, coming out swinging in this ZVP. I like Astrea had the heads up on that. Like I say, the Oracles were just dying. 2 Overlords of Queens really helps to get rid of those so much more quickly than usual, so that was definitely a major positive for sure. We'll get ready for our game 2 in just a couple of moments then, guys. Again, they're pretty quick about going from one game to the next, so I'm sure that will continue here shortly to get our second game ready to roll. Few moments time. Oh, like I said, I'm not gonna try and talk too much between games. My voice is feeling the fact that it's been out of commission all week. I've been sick, so just apologies. If you hear me going quiet, I'm just not talking between games. It's not because I've lost interest in you all. Just trying to make sure we can put the energy we need into the cast. And number 2 is going to be playing on Pylon. As we get into bottom right side, our red Prowler's player is Astrea. Probe to the low ground, nothing surprising there. As we have the Pylon taking its place. In the top left, our blue Zerg player is Lambo, a drone to the low ground to build a hatchery. No surprises there, as it takes its place. Hatch extractor tricks are going to go for that nice quick extractor trick into Overlord, so we get that going. It's a little bit more efficient, we figured out in the end, to extract a trick than not to. Something we figured out after a very long time, apparently. Funnily enough. This Overlord is going to continue creeping over. Nexus Gateway coming down. The spawning pool starts up on the side of Lambo. We'll go no gas here on the opening, so that gives you the ability to have an extra queen early. You know, you got a little bit more kind of mineral-based income initially. So, again, a little bit of a later gas. It's not super late, though. It's still going to be gas, so it's not going to be no gas. It's just going to be hatch pool gas. So, yeah, it's not going to be a super delayed link speed or anything. Similarly, it's coming up together, as obviously you look at the timing of everything of Astrea, and it was Nexus first. So he gets a little bit sneaky as well. Nexus first into double gate, double gas. So you can apply some good pressure from this. I actually used to love this build when Legacy of the Void first came around. Nexus first, double gateway, adept pressure. Now this was obviously a time 10 years ago now, of course. Crazy. Where obviously double adept was so much more difficult to deal with back then than what it is nowadays. Like, if you think about it, back then, dealing with 2 adepts at a time was really rough. And so I always felt like this was such a powerful way to open. You get the economy of Nexus first, then you have 2 adepts at a time. Like, how is the opponent meant to deal with that? Like, it was genuinely a struggle. And it felt like so unfair that you could have so much economy while multiple adepts were running rampant on the other side of the map. We'll see if we get double adept here from Astrea. Maybe he'll go for something different. I think it's the only thing you can afford reliably, though. And obviously, it kind of puts you in the same position as if you'd just gone Gateway, Nexus, and then Adept. So, yeah, obviously it's not as broken as it used to be. People also learned how to play against Adepts, so that does help. As the Stargate will be the follow-up, too. So, just the double gate helps you get walled off, and obviously gets the unit count out as you take advantage of that nice economy boost from the Nexus first. Lambo will take the 3rd hatchery as well. Just going to get that straight into place as the Overlord continues to fly by, and a couple of Adepts making their way to the top of the map for the moment, heading by the side of the 3rd. I'm going to go poking into the natural. Queen popping out, 2nd queen going to be there. Both Adepts are going to go shading by for the moment. We'll just have ourselves the few Zerglings going to go chasing after also, as we have attempted surround. 3 drones go down early. We can get, I mean, we kind of want to kill the Adepts in this scenario, right? If you're going to take damage like that, these Adepts getting out alive would be painful. The Queen's got a couple more shots, but it's not enough. Link speed will finish in 10 seconds, but I think the Adept's got enough of a gap to make it away. So 1 Adept goes down, 3 drones fall. Nice little opening bit of aggression from the Adepts there out of Astrea. He takes his next step here with the Oracle in production. Going to get that started up as well. Zerglin still running down, looking for the wraparound on the Adept. Going to get that kill. Another Adept popping out and coming over to the side. Warp Gate still coming through. The Nexus is going to start building. A couple of probes, the Phoenix all underway at the moment here, as we just have, again, extra drones and lings, a Queen on the way up. A couple of creep team is building through as well. Just for now, Queens are going to fight. The Oracle getting turned around. Queen going to be firing again. Oracle still getting pushed just for the moment. Those Adepts continue to make their way back up through the middle of the map here currently. And Twilight Council and Forge coming in. The Nexus will be done shortly. It's going to see those Adepts going to try and shade through. The Ling's going to go after said Adepts at the moment as well. Oracle overhead as the Adepts are going to try and engage. 1 drone going down. We're going to see the Evo Chamber coming across to the side. Lings will try and threaten. They will get towards the Adepts, but they will not be able to make a grab just yet. So nice little step in from Astrea, but good shutdown from Lambo. Not letting this get out of hand. Not letting too much be done from this. And just trying to remain controlled. Big issue right now for Lambo is he needs a bit of creep between the natural and 3rd base. It's definitely one thing he's looking to work on here. Creep teammate goes down, but the Adepts are going to come up this ramp again. A little bit far for him to kind of head on over to the left side, but it's definitely something to keep on track of. As those few Queens continue to step up out. +1 on the Stalker coming through, the melee upgrade coming online. Here the Phoenix still going to poke away at the Overlord for a few more moments, and a couple of Extractors still coming up. The Adepts, a couple of them are going to shade. Lings are going to get a wrap around there on a few of those Adepts. The Phoenix is very nearly going to get the Overlord. Not quite, though. I guess I should be able to go back for that, right? Easily. Again, 4 more drones going down. Phoenix going to find another Overlord to go and pay attention to as the Blink just now starting. So that follow-up is going to be coming... What feels a little late now. I mean, +1 so far along. The Blink feels so slow in comparison. Lambo is going to go lair, though, Baneling Nest, and probably play a longer game. Still Ling being focused, however, which is kind of where you want to be against this, what is still going to be Stalker-heavy style. Temple Archives coming up from Astrea as he'll ready himself to potentially look into getting Storm. I just don't see Lambo. I mean, unless he's just going to go more of a couple of drop awards in the moment that lair finishes, I just don't see it, though. I think this time we're actually going to play a much more of a dedicated, let's get into the later stages of this game kind of build order, and going from there. Hydrogen will go down. Again, just going to see our Baneling Nest coming up. The melee upgrade continuing through. Gates building, +2 attack. The blink coming online as well. Just going to see a few Stalkers still stepping across for a couple of moments here. Extra Gates in the cannon coming online as well, so we still bring that up as the Stalker's going to get there. As Zergling goes down, the probe still peels away to the side. Storm, blink, +2 coming through. The Hydra Den coming up as well. The rest of the Zerglings getting over to that right-hand side, going to go after a bunch of those Stalkers. Or, well, do they want to go after them? They're going to take a bunch of damage from the Stalkers. Problem is, right now, it's just Lings. We're going to start the missile upgrade. We're going to start Hydra speed. The Hydras are going to be accompanying us soon, but not yet. Do we have Baneling speed yet? I'm not sure if I saw it coming up, as that Stasis is going to catch a bunch of those Stalkers. The Lings are trying to run by. The Stalkers blinked, which means the Lings get a bit of a surround, but it's a lot of Lings to lose for what feels like just a handful of Stalkers going down. Lambo just wasn't really watching in that moment, because he would have seen the Stasis building if he was actually there with those Lings watching. Storm is about to be done. It's going to start feeling difficult. I mean, this is kind of the phase where Lambo needs to be on as much Lingbane Hydra as possible, and essentially just wrapping around for all-around surrounds every single time he fights. Then maybe there's not enough Storms to hit everywhere. Then maybe Astrea panics, misses a Storm, you can dodge a Storm or two. Then it feels maybe somewhat achievable, but right now, playing Storm against, playing with Storm against Ling Hydra feels very good. Bane speed is just done, so there's my answer. Bane speed is nowhere near being done. But we will absolutely need that for this kind of later stage, especially as Zealots are again warped in. The Banes are just good because they're a good threat, and it will definitely take the attention of a lot of the Storms. And if the Banes can take the attention of some of the Storms, it gives more of a chance for the Hydras behind to maybe go unstormed and to kind of make the distance and then maybe get involved in the fight as well. But it's still going to be tough as Lambo is kind of out on the map here. I'm not sure if he really wants to be here. Eats a bit of a Storm. All this pressure that Astrea's had early in the game has limited the creep spread, so Lambo, if he wants to be on creep, basically has to be between his bases. He barely gets to be in front of his bases while on creep right now. That's such a dream for the Protoss player. It removes so much of the confidence of the Zerg's position. And this Lambo, you can see, I mean, he's setting up to be aggressive and just to attack and attack, which is exactly what Lingbane Hydra is meant to do. So he's going to try and set up for the big wraparounds, as I say, going to try and bait out as many Storms as possible. You want to get rid of as many Stasis Wards as you can ahead of time as well, so you don't have to worry about those when your larger forces come in together. You do not want Stasis Wards taking out 15 to 20 supply of units. That Stasis is honestly kind of fine. Dodges back from a Storm there as well, going to make it difficult as the next Storm comes in. High Templars are going to get caught a little bit. I mean, most of the High Templars go down, only a couple remain. I think one of them still has a Storm, though, as we have the Hydras fighting against this front line. This is honestly looking pretty good for Lambo. The Hydra count is still very good right now. This is why the Storms are so important. You need to have some left for the Hydra phase. It's all well and good getting the Banes, but the Hydras behind are powerful, and Astrea is going to get broken down. Lambo will make it happen with the Lingbane Hydra shove, and he is going to put Astrea on the ropes with a 2-0 lead. Wow, go Lambo. That was honestly a very well-executed fight from him. Baneling's really aiming after those High Templars and making them panic storm a little bit. And actually, the first storm or two didn't hit so many of the Banes. A couple of the units got caught in stasis, and Astrea kind of stormed toward the stasis ward. And that's actually kind of, you know what? We can actually do this because we're in the luxurious position of watching from a clean feed. So instead of watching between the game, let's just rewind. So you can see it's this stasis ward here. He storms. This stasis ward pops on these few units. And as he storms here in the middle, what happens is that Lambo can pull back away to the top and save a lot of the Banelings there. And that's kind of huge. The Banes, they're still a bit stuck, so they still start going down. But that's kind of huge. And at the same time, the stasis on the right side, that was the one got popped earlier. That's not back up, so these Banelings get a chance to blow up a bunch of Zealots on the right side. We've already got Banes threatening into the center here on this side as well. I don't know what I'm doing with my mouse, sorry. And then you've also got the Banes that are going to show up on the bottom left, that are going to chase after those High Templar, and all of the focus is on the High Templar. This Storm is actually not even that effective. These Stalkers are not in trouble from this bit of Ling Bane. What is in trouble is the High Templar, though, and he's just trying to get Storms off. That's a lot of Storms to use. And then, after all that, that's when the Hydras show up, and those Hydras showing up really is what makes the big difference and kind of makes the deal breaker at the end. GG's. Very cool. As I don't know how to fix this. There we go. Yeah, very cool. I was, yeah, we may as well take advantage of the clean feed and hop out and hop back while we wait for Game 3 to get hosted up. It's one of the best parts I've casted on a YouTube feed is that we can really just pause and go back and re-look at the fight again. So yeah, we're gonna get ready for game 3 then, guys. Lambo with a 2-0 lead. Coming in very prepared. I actually wonder how far in advance the players knew about their... Like, obviously they know about their opponents in terms of who's in the bracket. I wonder how far in advance they knew who they were playing, because the information wasn't even on Wikipedia earlier today. So, usually that means that they don't know, but I wonder if the players had some inkling, because Lambo is such a good preparation-based player as well. You give him an opponent to prepare for, and he will absolutely step up to that challenge and take full advantage of being able to prep against somebody. Like, that's absolutely one of the things that I think Lambo is the very best at as well, so, yeah. We are back live, right? Yeah, just double checking we're back to being live. I already had some right eyes on there. There's some crazy eyes. Alright, guys, a couple of moments. Settle down. Wait for this game 3 as Astrea. Like I said, didn't know what to expect of Astrea. He played a great America's qualifier, pushed Trigger to the limit. Trigger's playing great lately. The thing is that I think that's easier to do in PvP while being a bit out of practice than it is in a PvZ. But hey, he beat Lambo in Dallas as well, so everything is pointed towards Astrea being in pretty good shape lately. But Lambo definitely coming in with some responses and answers right now. As we get to a game 3, ley lines. Lambo has 3 match points. Any of these next 3 games, a win will send him through to the best of 7 qualifying match. And again, you get 2 chances. You get the first best of 7, and if you lose that one, you're already in the best of 7 qualifying match in the lower bracket. So a win here already takes a lot of pressure off your shoulders. The loser of this would play the loser of Gumiho or Goblin. That's definitely going to be a scary series, whoever you play against. So 100% would rather face one of those two in a winner's match and have a secondary chance than face one of them in the lower bracket. And then potentially play I guess a ByuN or a Ryung in the next round as well, potentially. Crazy stuff. Alright, Proby coming across, just going to be seeing the assimilator and the gate coming over. Again, hatch gas pool coming through. We get ourselves settled in. Buy that position for the spawning pool. Where is it? Right on the edge? Probably to watch for a cannon rush. Or so, no? Or just vision into the corner of his base in case of like a hidden pylon or something. Not sure. Goblin's gonna come over. Probe gonna get chased. We got a couple links pulling back. Stargate on the way up once again from Astrea, not delving away from that kind of standard. I wonder if he maybe throws like a glaives or something in right now. He's been playing a couple of, like, similar kind of setups, I guess, but maybe worth kind of going around for the moment. Oracle just chrono boosting out. I'm just going to bring that through. So we see the Nexus on the way. We're getting that Phoenix up again. Astrea's been getting into that Phoenix every game so far. I'd be interested to see what Lambo has to say about the spawning pool position, actually. I imagine it's just something like it helps you watch for a cannon rush or keep vision in the corner of the side of your main a little bit. If I had to guess. Full stasis wards, just going to see a couple drones getting caught. Queen actually gets caught as well, which is a little bit annoying, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's going to fire. It's going to be seeing the Overlord. It's going to go down there, so we're going to be able to get that grab. It takes a lot of damage on the Phoenix. Uncle trying to get something done in the front. The Overlord going down supply blocks Lambo, but he's got 3 on the way. Results gathering on the natural. Next thing, Dev gonna fire. Ling gonna get taken down as well. So I'm seeing the Zelds coming through. Obviously, this is going to be the mix-up from Astrea, not going Blink, but going for the charge. Lambo having the Bane Nest is going to be very important. He needs the Baneling Nest as the Zelds are coming through. He needs Banelings, and he does start to morph them, so only 4. He could really do with a few more. He's got the money for it, but he makes Hydras, he makes an Infestation Pit. He has no idea about the commitment Astrea is about to have coming his way. Don't get me wrong, those first few Banelings are nice and all, but he needs extras as the Stasis Ward here is going to get blown up. I like that he saves a couple of the Banes there. He only uses a couple, saves the rest for the Zelds to clump up a bit further. We're going to see more Banes showing up in a moment. Because I think Lambo's going to get a good enough fight here. The Banes continue to crash in. The Zelds are going down. There's no fast reinforcement to this from Astrea because this is not going to be, you know, a Warp Prism or a Robo or anything, right? So this is just it. That's going to be the defense made by Lambo. He did not need more than he had. Astrea unable to really nullify what the Banelings were able to do there. And Lambo with a good defense. That's a commitment from Astrea because obviously Blink is now late. Your Zealot count has just been wiped out, so all of those early units are just gone. Two Lings around the bottom. Zealots are going to try and chase over as well. The Lings pull around at the right side, move back towards the center a little bit. +2 and Blink on the way up. Templar Archives and Gateways in production. Ivan Lurgaden coming through as well as additional drones and queens. Continue their way up in production. That Hydra speed still very much so coming online for now. And again, we just get that hive up and rolling. I'm just going to get rid of the Phoenix as well, so that's going to be a nice grab too. I mean, the thing is for Lambo now is he really gets to Lurkers. So I mean, I honestly think it's a good enough position that if you wanted to, you could probably just spam Lingbane Hydra and maybe have a good fight. But even better, just get to Lurkers for really. You don't always get to Lurkers so easily, and the first time he shoves with Lurkers that are upgraded, he's likely going to do very, very well for himself. Like, it's just going to build up. Like I say, you'll probably want to get at least an upgrade on them before you really push. Seismic Spines is very powerful. On this map, you get in position with these Lurkers, it's going to be very tough for Astrea to break out of that without the proper tools added in. That one Zealot going to get caught by Lings. I was going to say, we should absolutely just take that kill. Don't let that get away for the moment. No reason to. The rest of the Zealots still making their way around this bottom side. That's the Lings coming across as well. Zell going to get caught. The few Stalkers stepping over. Going to get a few more shots off, and Zerglin's still taking some damage, so damage being done. We got the +3 attack coming about. The High Templar coming over as well. Still got that +1 missiles. Overlord speed, seismic spines, extra lurkers coming by. I'm just going to take a chance to get rid of a couple of those zealots, and we are going to be seeing the rest of the Stalker and High Templar force gathering up a bit as well. Lurkers, Queens, Hydras coming about. Just going to step through for the moment. We are going to be seeing these zealots are going to take a charge on forward here. Storm's coming down. Lambo has the Lurkers mixed into this, but he's kind of getting overwhelmed in a lot of ways. He does have the Lings coming in from the back. Love that target fire on the Zerglings. Getting the High Templar in the background is huge. The Storms are great against those Banes, but they do at least manage to catch some of the Stalkers. We're recalling, which means the High Templar will all go down. The Archon just about getting away, but man, what a catch that is for Lambo. Astrea is reeling right now. He's in trouble. A couple stays wards here can be huge, and he does have some High Templar energy to keep him alive, but the Lurkers are going to be an issue. There's no good answer to Lurkers right now, and there's a couple more of them morph in. Lambo is going to lay siege to this base, and he is going to put the handcuffs on Astrea. It's going to be so difficult for him to figure out a way out of this now. You see the Gateway Cybercore going down. Pylons here under fire. Like I said, there's no good way to fight this amount of Lurkers with what Astrea currently has. He needs to swarm this army. He doesn't have the numbers to swarm, plain and simple, and Lambo is reinforcing 180 to 106 supply, and Lambo is putting the absolute show of dominance on against Astrea right here. This has been a day so far where I feel like we've had some very prepared players who are looking great, and the other guys have not quite looked as good in their matches. I mean, Lambo just showing up and looking great in this. Again, some preparation time probably would have been a lot for him as a few zealots charging through. Lambo gets the GG and will 3-0 Astrea. What a statement. Lambo is such a good strategic and, again, thought-out player that when he gets the chance to prep, it looks freaking good. And he is able to make himself into that qualifying best of 7. And these guys just keep on speed running through the matches today. No joke. Man, Lambo had... The thing is, this was not just strategy, though, as well. This was a lot of, like, really good kind of moments of the fights. Let's just take advantage of this, the fact we can rewind again. Like, let's watch this fight again, because this is a perfect example of... I actually think initially Lambo's in a bit of trouble. Astrea dives in, the Lurkers aren't quite ready, right? You know, we're not fully burrowed. The Queens are just kind of there, tanking a little bit. The first Storms are very scary, because we're very clumped up over here, so we have to back it up. And his surround, his reinforcements from the right side aren't ready yet either. But there's a lot of little moves he makes, and I love this one. These Lings go for that High Templar. Negate the Storms, negate the potential that's going to continue to clean up the reinforcements. And that's exactly what he goes for. These Lings, they target fire onto that High Templar rather than just whacking this Archon, which is huge. Like, moments like that are massive. And that actually means that as the rest of the Lings and the Banes show up, it gets very scary. And again, the Banes do a great job. Run towards the High Templar. Instantly, you've got to double storm those. But that's all the Storms gone, and you've still got Ling Hydra left. That's when, obviously, Astrea is immediately in trouble and has to think of getting the hell out. But the High Templars get caught, and without Storm, you're just not going to do good enough in that situation. GG's. Alright, well, that's going to bring us to the break screen for another series. Next best of 5 up will be Goblin versus Gumiho. Did they show the bracket here? I could go back a little bit. Maybe they did. Yes, they did. So this is what it looks like. Obviously, ByuN and Ryung in the winner bracket upper side, waiting to play a qualifying best of 7. No. And then Lambo will play against Goblin or Gumiho in the last best of 7 today. And, of course, that lower bracket looks a little bit like this. Lemon versus Heromarine, and Astrea versus, well, the loser of Gumiho and Goblin. So, lower bracket heating up. The lower bracket games will be played tomorrow, guys. The upper bracket games will all be played today. So, it's super simple to follow when stuff is going to be happening. As obviously they've got the ads here, and then I imagine we're going to also see a couple minutes of countdown timer. Like I say, I like being able to just rewind on the YouTube. I should have my own YouTube stream open when I just cast normally, and rewind my own YouTube to go back to fights. That would actually be pretty sick, no? That'd be such a cool way to kind of jump back in games and stuff. Alright guys, I'm going to take a few minutes to give the voice a rest as we get ready for the next matchup. TVP, Goblin versus Gumiho up next. Another best of 5 coming in. After this, I'll see you guys in just a few moments. Hello guys. Sorry, it was just BRB a moment while the game resumed still. I'm gonna get into this in a couple of moments. Goblin versus Gumiho. Man, we've not really seen a close best of 5 yet. Like, all the TVTs in that Heromarine Ryung series were pretty one-sided games as well. Apart from the game 4, maybe. I think Ryung brought that back with the defense. But, maybe Goblin Gumiho turns out to be the banger. I actually really thought Astrea Lambo was going to be the banger, but that was honestly Lambo domination as well. Maybe Goblin Gumiho is the banger that we've been waiting for in this opening round of the winners bracket here in the EWC Global Qualifier. Sounds like the game is ready, so let's get into it. In the top left, our red Terran player is going to be Gumiho. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom right-hand side, we have got ourselves Goblin. Game 1 of our series. It is best of 5 in this opening match for these guys. Kind of crazy, we've got a best of 5 and 2 best of 7s left today. It's the first 3 best of 5s blown on by. We'll see if that continues into this best of 5 right now. Yeah, Goblin obviously had a good run in the European qualifiers to get this far, made it ahead of some players I think you might have kind of picked over Goblin to be here in the global qualifiers, so yeah, had a good run. Can he come out with some magic today? Goblin at EWC is not something I think anyone had on a bingo card at the start of their year, so yeah, the fact he's a 2 series away is kind of crazy. We'll see if he can make it. It would be an upset over Gumiho, who... Gumiho has been interesting too. Gumiho did not really play in much lately, but has actually been very good when he has played. I almost feel like he stopped playing in a lot of the online stuff and has focused fully on practicing and, you know, honing his skills. He's only played in, like, some of the bigger tournaments, but he's not been playing in the weeklies. He's not been playing too much. But when we see him, he's been good. Obviously, his GSL results were pretty darn good this season as well, making it into the top 4 twice. Kind of unfortunate, 2 top 4s in GSL does not qualify you through. But, yeah. Preparing the orbital coming up the factory on the way in. Just going to see the gateway on the side of core. Coming online from Goblin is... Goblin is typically going to have some fun builds, some aggressive builds as well. Definitely don't expect this to be like plain standard PvT. Expect Goblin to mix up. And then Gumiho is kind of a madman as well when it comes to Terran versus Protoss build orders, and definitely able to mix it up too. So I think a lot that we can look at here should be an interesting time for us as we do see the Reaper coming by. I'm just going to get through into the main base for the first few moments. Reaper going to fire some shots. Probe's going to take some damage. And we do have our Reaper hopping out. Stalker still coming across for a couple of moments. Reaper gets to the front and out the natural. Well, the sentry building in the warp gate coming up. And Stalker and the Twilight Council coming through the warp gate. Coming up first. Maybe coming about. Hallucination into the main. Oop, a little bit of a lag spike on the clean feed there. As the couple of Marines just going to hit that hallucination. So, nothing too much, but obviously you get some scouting done. You're going to see the setup, you're going to see the starport, you see the factory on the tech lab, so you get some general information to make calls from. Link, warp gate continue to come about. Gonna see the medevac tank and the Marines continue to come through as well. As the Marine tank heads down to the bottom side. Hallucination still up overhead. We do see our Reaper. Marines, the siege tank gathering, the medevac flying over. Obviously going to reinforce this. So big early push from Gumiho. What will Goblin do against it? As the Blink is on the way, but obviously nowhere near being done yet. He's going to come out and try and initiate onto this, forces the siege up a bit further back than where he might have originally wanted to siege. That one pylon powers 2 gates in the Twilight Council. That does not look good for you if you're a Goblin right now. Trying to boost in that Twilight because it's 100% going to get depowered here for at least a little bit of time. Those pylons are not close to being done. And the 2 gateways during that time as well. And the Cyber Core. I mean, this is actually a disastrous position. Goblin is not doing anything about it. I mean, he's going to go across the map with those Stalkers. Marine's tanks going to continue to fire. The gateways continue to take damage. We'll just be seeing the few Stalkers join up. I'm just going to be seeing the depot taking some shots as well. Seven SCVs going down. It's going to be seeing the Twilight Council. It's going to finish up the blink at least, but it will go down for the future. Marine's going to fly a pylon. Taking some damage as well. The few Stalkers still stepping across and moving over here. Stalkers blinking in. Siege tank already going down. A couple of Stalkers going to be taking a few more shots. I mean, we do get the cleanup right, but man, the damage done from Gumiho on the infrastructure of Goblin is already pretty insane. I was just going to see the Banshee showing up. Stalkers. Gonna blink away. The Banshee did not really want to stick around against 4 Stalkers. I was going to say, I feel like the Stalkers were absolutely going to be loving that fight. Still pushing through. Stalker going down. A couple more Stalkers warping in right here. Just going to see those Stalkers continue to push forward as the Siege tank sieging. Stalkers still taking hits. Tank sieging. Marines gathering up. Just going to see that gateway is going to be dropping. I mean, this is the problem. You're just losing infrastructure the entire time. It's hard enough to deal with these attacks when you have all of your buildings. Never mind when you've been losing them the entire game. And Gumiho is just taking complete advantage of that initial position of Goblin's wall off. It's one thing to make a Reaper wall, but to have everything connected to it so early, yeah, it's definitely been rough for him. The Stalkers go out to intercept reinforcements, which they can probably do well, but your natural is getting sieged. It is getting to be a worse and worse scenario for you. The probes are going to pull in. That's not going to be super pretty either. Siege tanks just going to target fire the Stalkers, honestly, here. That should be fine. We do lose the tanks, but it's already 8 probes down and plenty of Marines left. The Banshee's still healthy. Battery out of energy. I mean, Goblin's actually going to get a bit of a defense here. New tank gets set up. Take a couple of moments as the bunker sets up there as well. The Siege tank still coming through. Gumiho going to see the 3rd base mine. I mean, honestly, Goblin is defending right now. This is crazy. I really felt like this was a too far gone scenario, but the Stalkers coming in, get the Siege tank. Got to be careful. You don't want to lose too many Stalkers. Reinforcing tank in the center is not going to be caught, I don't think. Well, it might still be. The Stalkers keep going across the other side. It does mean the mineral line here is not mining right now. The pros have got to go running. The Stalkers are going to find that Siege tank on the way home, by the way, so they are going to get that grab. Wow. I mean, Goblin starts to deal with the bunkers and stuff, but it's better than it should have been. No doubt. Recalls home. Work count 42 to the 47, but has 3 bases. Zealots have charge. It's the cleanup. It's a defense. Very impressive from Gold. I could not have. I was at. This is not just me. Like, this was me 100% convinced that this game was ending. But he did a great job of mixing up what he lost. Like, he lost some probes, he lost some units in this defense, and he never lost too many of one thing to be kind of out of it, if that makes sense, you know? Because Gumiho does not capitalize on what felt like such a good setup. So much damage done initially. Now we're going across the map with that charge available. It feels like you've got a lot of power, but tanks are going to be very good defensively. We are going to be seeing the warp in back at home. Refinery's going down, though. So we are going to see Goblin able to really apply the pressure now, because obviously Gumiho was very invested into that attack, and now he's not going to have a lot of defense available against the Blink Stalkers. So Goblin with the chance to get work done. 2 tanks sieging up, but that maybe opens the attack into the main base because the tanks are not there any longer. Observer keeping track of the Banshee movement back on the other side. There is that Observer providing the high ground vision. We can potentially jump up here, dive into this main base for some damage as well. Stalker's going to fire. A few Marines going to be taking hits. Stim +1 still coming up. We have got the Stalkers still trying to press on forward. The tank sieging up once again. We have the Stalkers going to be cautious though, pulling back. And Goblin banging on his way to another base over here. So fourth base that the Banshee does get to spot. Start to deal some damage to at least. Obviously, Gumiho still has a bit of power in this army. Now he has Stim as well. Goblin's going to have to be careful about that and how he fights it. Just have the Banshees stepping through for a moment or two. And the chasing Stalker taking damage. Gonna push that down, so that will fall. Do you have the Zealots and the Charge, remember? So, jumping on this, the anti-arm missile hits the Stalkers, which doesn't matter if the Zealots are the ones that get into the front and take the hits. Not sure if Goblin has enough firepower, but he blinks the low ground, going after the tanks, gets one of the two. We have enough to fight through the bio. The problem is the Zealot numbers are running low, and the Stalkers kind of came in on a weird side, so the Stalkers got shot at as well as Goblin continues to stick in this game. Third base coming online from Gumiho, morphing into that orbital command, already fully mining. And Goblin going to get to his splash damage. We're getting to that stage of a TVP where splash damage is necessary from the Protoss, and that's exactly what we're going to end up getting. That's that Stalker Colossus coming through. A couple depots going down. I'm just going to fire up. A couple probes will fall as well. Stalkers warp in. A couple workers are dead. Those Banshees continue to get to work, and a few probes between mineral lines. Credit to those Banshees. They've been alive a long time, and they've been continuing to put so much work in. Without those Banshees, I wonder how where Gumiho would be at, because I feel like the Banshees have been the one thing from the early stages that really were truly just successful. Well, Banshees firing up some shots. Do you have 9 probes going down in total? So Gumiho has definitely been able to deal damage with those. That is big, helping to stop Goblin from kind of just overtaking the game economy-wise. Goblin playing some catch-up on the upgrades now as well, with 1-1 both on the way. The +1 attack is all he needs to even the upgrades out. But the +1 armor will eventually give him an upgrade lead, pending chrono boosts. We'll see how far of an upgrade lead that'll be, because +1 armor just now started from Gumiho. We have a good answer to the Colossus, I guess, is our next question. Can that be the thing that we kind of lean upon here from Goblin to get some work done? Tank's obviously going to be great if those Colossus step into range, but there's 3 Colossus right now. And that 4th base ready immediately here. Gumiho as well. Goblin tries to step up into that position. The command center already taking some shots. Marauders going to take some hits as well. Again, you got to be careful with how far forward you step the Colossus. But right now, you are getting just free hits off. Free hits are good. But again, step too far forward, you got to be careful. Also, step too far forward, maybe the surround of the Terran comes through. You can lift that CC and jump very quickly. War Prism here as Goblin continues to pressure this position. Armor upgrade still coming online. The +2 attack coming along with it. Like I say, right now, the upgrades are even, but that armor will be there sooner from the Protoss. First Ghosts are going to be about to hit the stage as well, and they will be a big factor as well, you'd imagine, as this game continues to progress on through. The Observer keeping an eye on the army, keeping an eye on the command center for a little bit of time as well. That CC will land up to the top side. Oh, Clean Fleet having a blip. That's on my side, guys, not yours, so don't worry. It's just the Clean Fleet taking a moment. As we are going to be seeing these Stalkers and the Colossus hitting that depot. Well, warping into the main base. Not a lot, but just a couple of Zealots to bring some units over in that direction. Man, those Banshees are again going to be the thing. Causing some trouble, chasing the army away a little bit. Banshee's so good when you find the right situations to put them to use. We're going to stim forward here as Gumiho. That's a lot of bio, but there's still nothing that really touches these Colossus easily or quickly, which means you get a lot of time to fire up with the Colossus, but only if you protect them. Pull them back, please, Goblin. No! He loses 2 out of 3, and Gumiho cleans up a mass of the Colossus. I get it, you want the Colossus to hit the bio, you want that splash damage, but there's no point in losing them. And he just stood there while the bio closed the gap. Those Zealots need to think twice about attacking in there as well, as this is Goblin getting chased down, and Gumiho might have just solidified himself a good lead suddenly in this game 1, because that bio force just shredded the Protoss army. We are moments away from 2-2 upgrades kicking in as well from the Protoss. That would have been an upgrade lead as well for Goblin, but not going to be happening too soon. Stalkers, the Colossus continue to fight. The Marauder's still going down. I mean, can we make enough of a defense here? Extra weapons coming through. Pull back up the left-hand side, so trying to back away from this. Just going to be seeing a little bit of Bio still pulling away. There's our Stalker coming after the Bio units as well. I mean, Goblin's supply is going to bounce back into his favor, so maybe Gumiho chased just a step too far. Fourth base landing from him, and that's one of the differences that Goblin has been mining a lot of bases during this in comparison to Gumiho. Assaults and Stalkers just going to push up. A couple of SCVs will begin to go down. Pumps goes down. Just going to be seeing the Zealots coming about. Just going to be seeing the Bio coming over. Obviously, run bys to try and keep Gumiho back a little bit. The supplies definitely dropped down from Gumiho. It's mostly been workers. As Goblin steps in, has to blink away from the initial Widowmine shot. Has a couple Colossus back in place. Sal's just going to find an orbital command here. That fourth being an orbital makes it an easy target. Obviously, Planetary not there to help fight back freely. It's going to see a little bit of the Bio continuing after those Zealots. Prism speed coming through, +3 and +3 continue to come about as well. We're just going to see the Zealot Stalker coming up, and she's going down, the Bio getting jumped on still. The rest of the Bio still starting through, and the Zealots are still getting chased. We go in, Goblin supply is looking good, and we look like we might have our Protoss player having some success right now in this opening game of the best of 5. It's been this has actually been a wild game, probably our best game of the day, I would say so far. Actual back and forth, actual drama. Actual no idea who's winning it. As both players have had their advantages for sure. Zealots, Colossus is going to continue to come across. Just going to see the Stalkers getting underneath. Medivacs getting shot at. I see the Vikings getting shot at still. Stalker's going to come back the other side. Coming here with the scan on the army and says GG, and that is going to be Goblin taking the opening game. Exciting stuff. As we have ourselves the Protoss going to come out ahead. That was a wild one because I really felt Goblin was dead on that tank push. That happened though. Alright guys, just going to throw some ads up and get ourselves ready for game 2. Wild game. Just trying to recap that one in my head a little bit, like the initial defense actually being made in the end by Goblin, and so much other stuff going on throughout. It was, a little crazy. It'd be wild if Goblin makes it to EWC, honestly. Like, anyone else in this qualified at the start of the year, I could have maybe seen making it, right? You know, obviously, like, you know, I think Lemon making it from this bracket is a bit of an upset, but, like, at the start of the year, I could have seen him making it through the Asian bracket. But, like, Goblin is just not a name I had on my radar for that at all, you know? Well, we just take a couple of moments, guys. As, we'll see if Gumiho can bring it back. best of 5, plenty of time to work with on bringing it back, but yeah, kind of like I say, a wild game because it felt like the start was so good, denying 2 gates, a Twilight, yes, okay, Blink finishes, but 2 gates, the Cybercore, Twilight, all dead. The follow-up push really felt like he could have gotten in there and just, I mean, he did do a lot of damage, just he got cleaned up, which reset the game, and obviously, you know, Gumiho was super committed to ending the game on that attack, which I honestly thought was the right call, and then, obviously, because he didn't end the game and he got pushed back, then you're actually in a bit of a weird position, so then it does get a little bit quirky. Crazy stuff. Alright. In the bottom left, Goblin. And Blue Protoss is going to be up a game. And the top right, Gumiho. Can he bring it back? Our red Terran player. The legend of StarCraft 2. Gumiho genuinely has a very storied career. Winning home story cups recently, winning that GSL when he won was really crazy. Always has been a player who does not follow the meta and plays by his own rules. Never forget his the interview, or I don't know if it was an interview or like a mini series or whatever it was, but like when he talked about how he knew he wasn't fast enough to play and to win TVZ in the normal way, and so he had to figure it out with his own style, and to be able to win a GSL with that was magical, and that's so true. From the SCV, going back and forth with each other. As we have Nexus dropping down, Barracks coming up. Probe still scouting, gonna come in at the front for a couple of moments. The building, Orbital and the CC going through. Just going to be having the Nexus and the Cybercore coming online. Interesting to see, like I say, what sort of style Gumiho goes for. Do we continue with the attempted aggression? Do we pull it back from kind of that kind of, you know, Marine tank pushing kind of phase? You know, usually you take a lot of good advantages there as Gumiho, but with the way that game 1 went, when it went so well and then it still didn't deliver in the end, I wouldn't be surprised if he switched it up in a big way on the follow-up instead. Reaper hops up, Reaper hops down, Stalker's just going to go jumping, Reaper is going to take a couple of shots. This nation just flying through. Starport coming up. We get that ready to rumble. So the Stalker going to chase the Reaper. Cyclone the Marine getting chased. Twilight Counts in the Gateway coming online as well. The Marines going after Hallucination as it gets into the main base. Hallucination continues to move on by. I'm just going to obviously try and get the scouting up. This sees pretty much everything here. Cyclone gets the lock on, gets rid of the hallucination. Again, a couple gates coming by, the blink and the probes continue to come out for the moment. So again, bringing that through for the moment. Medevac and Marines heading down the bottom side, the Cyclone coming across. We do have that blink coming about, the Nexus building. Marines got unloaded. The Stalkers are nearby, and the probes just have to pull away toward those units. That should be fine, but we could potentially drop up into the main, or just kill the sentry first, and then jump into the main. we have defense in the main base? I don't think so. I think everything was on the natural there, so until Blink is done, those Stalkers are a little slow. The Cyclone here with the lock on as well. Can kite out for some damage. Good to see a second Stalker. We've seen the Banshee coming across. We'll see the Blink coming through. Robo Facility coming about. Going to see the Banshee coming over. Just going to be seeing the couple of gates coming through. Charge coming about. Marines and Banshee do get a push onto the Stalkers. Banshee in the main is going to go unanswered for the moment. There's going to be a bunch of probes going down, so Gumiho is going to be dealing some good damage. The Banshees really were the star of the show for him in last game as well, and right now they're putting some work in again as the push comes at the front. Marine tank Banshee forcing these Stalkers to blink back and trade. Banshee tank, Marines continue to come about. Tank at the front just going to get sieged up as well. Banshee already firing up for a couple of probes. Tank sieging, the Stalkers back away. Marines is going to get the scan there. Just going to be able to take that observer out. Goblin's coming around the top side. There's a couple of Banshees coming back over. They did a great job dealing some damage so far. Goblin, I think, very confident because of these couple of Zealots he has to help him tank, but they got stuck behind the Stalkers. They don't do too much this time. The Stalker is able to get rid of a siege tank at least, but that would have been a lot better if the Zealots could have got in front and keep the Stalkers a little bit healthier and a little bit more alive. Stalker stepping up, CC coming through. And it's going to shoot through a couple Stalkers. I'm going to come about. As we are going to be seeing again, the Banshee's delivering big time. Observer is going to get grabbed in return. And you do have the Bio trying to step through, but we have a Colossus here from Goblin. He lost so many Stalkers this game, but he is now at least going to get rid of these Banshees, which I feel like that's a major win because these Banshees have been so freaking annoying. Tank's going to siege. Settle down for a moment or two. That's going to charge through. Stalker's coming about. It's going to be seeing the tank going to get sieged. As we are going to be seeing the Colossus chasing through as well. The Colossus definitely make a difference on this. And right now, Gumiho does not have the damage to get rid of the Zealots. Yeah, jump into that medevac, hide away those siege tanks, but they are going to go down. Gumiho's going to get overrun. Goblin is going to take a second game of this series. A 2-0 lead for our Croatian Protoss. We're going to make it a European qualifying matchup. If he wins this, he would be taking on Lambo. And just getting up to that splash damage again, resilient throughout the earlier stages, and Gumiho not getting where he needs to be in time. And just not getting enough done with those lower tech units. And just not having the tech he needs to fight Colossus. Crazy stuff, man. Alright, game number 3. It'll be coming up with Goblin in a 2-0 lead. Getting kind of crazy. Alright, guys. Just gonna rest the voice moment or two. CG and Roddy looking good. Looking better than I am. I probably look rough today. This week in general. Starting to feel better, though. But it's freaking... I feel like I'm probably just like... I look like a sweat ball or something right now. It has not been a pleasant day here. It's so warm in this room. Special shout out to my fan who is literally blowing on me. Or which is literally blowing on me. Just constantly. Without that, I would have tapped out of this cast about 10 minutes after it started. Oh, just about hang on in. Goblin is making Gumiho just about hang on in there. He is down 0-2. Goblin with a 2-0 lead, a map away from moving into a qualifying matchup. An Astrea Gumiho lower match elimination round is kind of crazy. And then the winner of that would play the loser of ByuN versus Ryung. Like, that is a crazy stacked lower bracket, honestly. Be kind of crazy. Frax gas coming through, gateway coming up. I see our probe coming up across the map as well, and get ready in a few moments. Whereas Rotterdam streaming, you can find, I'm sure, honestly, I don't know the link, I think it's EWC_black, but if you just click on StarCraft 2, you know what, I'll just find it, hang on. I will link you guys the main stream if you want to watch the main stream, 1 sec. It is on EWC Black. There you guys go. The link's in the Twitch chat if you want to watch the main stream. That's where ZG and Rotti are at. Factory coming through, Reaper coming up. It's going to see the Orbital Command coming in, the Nexus Cybercore, and the Assimilator all getting built for a few moments. And Factory just going to finish, the Reaper on the way. And Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up. As we just see if Goblin can finish this series, man. Kind of crazy. We're just going to come straight through. Probe going to take some damage. A couple more shots coming about. Probes will take some hits. As the Nexus coming about. Sentry and the Warp Gate continue to come online. And again, just have ourselves the couple probes coming through as well. Warp Gate coming about. People hopping up, but not able to do too much just yet. Hallucination popping. Actually loses the hallucination, so we're not getting toward the main to see what's going on as much as in the previous games. Goblins had pretty good scouting throughout this before now. Just head down the bottom left. We'll get in the blink continuing through. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper's able to see that then. As the hallucination this time gets into the main. Sees no tech lab on that factory, which is a major scout, right? Realizing that this is only going to be a Widow Mine drop. Again, that's some very good information to be able to work with early. Marine's going to hit. Hallucination takes damage. It's going to fade away as the Widow Mines continue to settle down. We just have, again, the Blink Chrono boosting along. Nexus coming through. And yeah, a couple of probes coming about at the moment as well. And we'll see our SCVs, tank, and Marines building. The racks in the tech lab coming online as we speak. I'm just going to set up over on the side as we just have the medevac going through a couple of mines. I'm going to look for the drop-in Stalkers. Plus the probe pull there, going to get rid of the first comfortably. We do have Stalkers in the center on the natural too. We can go after that next Widow Mine, but I don't think we're going to have it. But it's low, and the medevac's low as well, so I don't think the medevac gets to come back in alive. Stalkers did move from the main, though. Nothing stayed in there to stop the medevac's escape route. But at least we got both the Widow Mines and not a single. Well, I guess we gave up one probe. Pretty nicely done. Blink is about to be done as Goblin goes across the map. 2 more gates will be finishing, and that third base coming online for him. Again, Gumiho stepping away from a lot of that Marine tank Banshee pressure. And instead now playing that bit more of a typical just mine drop into the stim and so on. I'm going to try and use that as a setup point as the medevac does get intercepted by the Stalkers, so we get the kill in the end, but the tank's sieged up and is actually in an awkward position to get to. That tank is really nicely placed just off to the side of the natural entrance, so it does take a bit of investment to get over there. So got that next Chrono boosting through on the third base. Charge probes, gateway, robo facility, and forge coming online. Stalker still getting shot at by the siege tank, so good damage being dealt for the moment. Stalker's going to gather up the hallucination, looking to potentially press forward again. The Marines and Marauders there going to say no to the hallucination, though. It gets turned the other way. Again, Stimpack, Combat, and +1 all building through for the moment. The CC coming online, Medevacs and Marines building. Again, the charge and the +1 coming up as well. Destination still on that patrol, just moving back and forth. Again, that +1 and that combat shield building in. Stalker just going to be hanging out, and another mule dropping down into place. And you drop 2 barracks into play as well there, so just going to get those ready as the bio follow-up gets ready to go. Goblin with that charge finishing and Robo Base starting. We see a very similar setup to what we've seen before, without Gumiho applying anywhere near as much pressure this game, and Gumiho just kind of focusing much more on his own thing and his own vibe than anything else. Definitely feels like a little bit of a difference maker. A couple of Stalkers getting pushed back. Tank shot is going to be firing. And do you have ourselves another Stalker going down as well? It's just going to be able to get another grab for the moment. Fire units gathering up. Nexus in the bottom right side getting going. Bio still chasing, the Stalkers getting shoved. Got the big push coming then. I mean, the Colossus can't come out soon enough. That Colossus is really a key to being able to defend this right now, having some splash damage available. So you do have Zealots and Stalkers, you do have the charge to get in front into tank, and Gumiho's already backing it up a little bit, a little afraid of committing for the moment. He's just going to take his third base and roll with that, but this gives Goblin the chance to get up to that 4th base. The Colossus come online, and Goblin going to get away with this tech and expand style. That has definitely been his solution to the previous 2 games, but again, it's been Gumiho that's playing differently now. Goblin's still happy to play the same thing, but the one thing Gumiho will have is just a much more consolidated, well-upgraded army from the get-go. I think that especially is maybe where Goblin may then struggle to take some fights, where he was able to take advantage and win over and kind of arm wrestle his way to victory previously. Zealot's going to come through. Sentry going to drop the Guardian Shield down. Prism steps in. Let's have ourselves the couple of Zealots going to come straight across. Bio going to fire. Widow Mines will shoot. And we do have ourselves a couple of those Zealots going down already. Bio actually going to catch right there as well as Goblin loses his Observer. So he loses some of the vision. Wanting to maybe pressure a little bit right now as he has the Colossus. Not sure if he's really going to be able to make much of an opportunity there. Colossus firing, Marine going down, Marauders, Marines together. I'm going to try and fight. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of those Widow Mine shots continue to fire through for the moment as the Bio will shoot. A couple of the Widow Mines continue to hit the Zealots for now. Just going to have ourselves the +2 attack coming in, the extra gateways, the Colossus and the Forge coming. The Stalker's going to blink up. We go toward the Siege Tank as Gumiho is being attacked right here. Can Goblin break in? The 2 Colossus just need to be careful. The reinforcements on that left side from Gumiho probably a bit much. Going to knock the rocks down here, gives you a chance to just back away from this. This is the Observer again, so again, a bit of a vision issue for Goblin, who had to back off. There was a moment there I was like, oh, those Colossus are going huge, but I think he was right to back it up. I think he was afraid the Colossus get jumped on and then you lose all your splash damage. Now, we get to back it up and just take this a little bit more slowly. Reinforcements coming through as we're going to see Gumiho press for this bottom right-hand side. I mean, it's an interesting one because the rocks are down on that little kind of low ground to high ground ramp, or high ground to low ground to high ground ramp. And that means you can't really engage from 2 angles there as the Protoss. So you have to engage from just one position. Oh my god, that Colossus! So lucky Gumiho didn't step a little bit further forward. He would have spotted that, and he's going to find it now. So Colossus dies for no reason at all. Free Gilly from Gumiho, and that's just going to be great. You love the freebies. And, yeah, that is a shocker. What was Goblin's best result? Honestly, if he qualified to EWC, I would say that's his best result. Like qualifying to a World Championship is something I don't think Goblin's done before. So, yeah. Best result otherwise, probably just like a high placement in a regional. Can't think of like a specific event where it's like, oh, that was Goblin's tournament, you know? He is very much so being a kind of a group stage, kind of Europe-focused player. Goblin's one of those guys we've always talked about as having potential, but you never really kind of put the practice in to truly unlock it. Anyway, Vikings gathering up, rest of the Bio joining up. Just going to be seeing the units coming through. The Bio just going to get there. Zealot going down. 2-2 upgrades building. The 3-2 upgrades coming about as well. As we do have the Ghost Academy about halfway done. A couple of missile turrets and the Vikings still building up. Marine Marauder coming out and about. Again, the +2 upgrades coming in on the engineering base just for a moment. Medivacs will gather as the Bio joins. Vikings come together as well. As you just see the Observer going to get shot down already. He's just going to be able to grab that. Goblin continues to come over for the moment as we just see the Bio army coming back over to the left. The Zealot Stalker Colossus stepping across as well. Disruptor shot fires, the Colossus go back the other direction. Again, the Bio Viking force gathering up. The Guardian Shield is going to sit there. Stalker's going to shoot. Sees Rock's going to take some damage. Open up that little bit of space. 3-2 upgrade still coming about. Just got ourselves the Bio looking to position itself for surround as well. Obviously, we've got Disruptors now available from Goblin also, as he's going to try and jump onto that group of Medivacs, but if he does, it's going to be the army from the other side, and the Colossus exposed. Actually going to see the Stalkers blinking forward aggressively to zone out the Vikings, but now the Disruptors step too far forward, and Gumiho is going to get the jump on this. Disruptor shots kind of needed to go up and right towards that bigger clump of units, I think, than over to the left-hand side. Goblin's army just gets absolutely disintegrated. And Gumiho with a very convincing fight as he shows that in a later game battle, he is going to be feeling pretty comfortable. I was surprised Goblin was on the map at that point. I feel like this is typically the phase of the game where Goblin's like, you know what, let me add on Stargates and build carriers or something, but yeah, I mean, those Disruptors, I mean, I think in theory it was fine for Goblin to be there, but he got caught up. The Colossus kind of got jumped on a little bit, and then his Disruptors were a little too exposed, and then it all just kind of comes cascading down, right? Everything kind of becomes a problem all at the same time, and that is obviously not ideal. The CC is going to float across over to that right side. Just going to be seeing these couple of Nexus trying to build up as well, but I just don't think Goblin realistic. I mean, he's going to make a try to rebuild into this, as he should. He's got money to spend still, to be fair, and he's not too far from maxing out. But I fear the army he rebuilds into is not going to be good enough to truly compete with Gumiho, unless he takes some very Very nasty fights. Because now you can't really build Colossus from zero as well, so you're going to be stuck on like Disruptor Gateway, which is fine to an extent, but you are always walking the line with that. Like you are like one missed Disruptor shot away from just being jumped on and your army disappearing. Like in theory, this army doesn't trade; it runs around the map and distracts, and you try and eventually do something behind it. I don't know what that is right now. Those Disruptor shots are a decent start. Actually getting a bit of a jump there, and actually going to try and jump on some of this army. This is kind of what you want, right? Where you can jump on a portion of the army, the rest of the army is a bit out of position. You can continue to kind of, take advantage of that to the best of your ability. Pushing forward, Nexus going down. So Stalker Disruptor going to try and come down this ramp. I mean, losing bases is not exactly sustainable for this playstyle because you are playing with, again, a much worse army. You need to be outmanning your opponent, but he does get the full wraparound. Blinks in, does get one full medevac at least as we try to go to the main. Zealots warp in to try and stop the drop. On the bottom right side, another Nexus goes down. Again, Gumiho trying to make this unsustainable, but Gumiho lost a lot of supply here. He's maxed out. Sorry, he's not maxed out, but he does have money in the bank to try and get back towards it. Oh, God, Goblin just goes across the map as well. He says, I'm going to take some bases in return. Oh, I kind of love it. I mean, he is going to be on a very low economy himself. This is going to get into a very tense situation in the next few moments as SCVs get chased away. Stalkers and Zealots are slowly starting to play cleanup over here. We just need to get some control on that. That group of units as well has been huge. Man, it's such low HP as well. These medevacs are going to work overtime to heal everything up. Zealots trying to try to catch an army that comes out from the natural. Disruptor shot there will get a couple of units. Zealots go charging in. Goblin trying to push his issue while he feels like he has something of an advantage to work with right now. I think he's just letting too much happen on the other side. It's taking him so long to clean up these units. If he was able to clean up a little bit sooner, he could have cleaned up the drop on the other base, and then he wouldn't have lost this base. I mean, that's also low HP. If he can jump on these units as well, that would also be great. There's no medevac energy there. Gumiho gets that away. That's kind of crazy, because that's like a difference of 20 army supply. If you kill that 20 army supply, then you are up like 30 army supply. He just doesn't know where the medevacs are. He doesn't know where they went to, so you can't intercept them either. He still has a decent-ish stalker count. He's actually going to unload on this planetary. Honestly, jump the planetary right now. Those units are low HP. Fresh medevac show up. They're going to be able to start healing. They actually have energy on them. That is a big deal. As Disruptor shots, obviously, still going to be huge. Goblin is playing scared, as he should be. So it's a scary situation. He's kind of relying on some disruptors, I think, before he commits again. That's a scary shot. That could have been a jump from Gumiho, but he didn't see it in time. Now he is going to think about jumping. Disruptor actually gets to land right there. The thing is, Goblin, oh, he actually does have some money. Disruptor shot comes in deep from the army. Okay, he actually gets to connect. The Zealots are doing their thing. The Stalkers are fighting on the right side. Do we have enough? The Zealot on the left actually cleaned up. Goblin's down like 20 army supply. He still has money to spend. I don't know what he's going to spend it on. He's building 2 Colossus. Love that, but I also love the 2 Liberators on the way from Gumiho. It's the exact right call. Get some tech up your opponent is going to struggle to deal with over time here. Makes a whole lot of sense. A whole lot of sense. Go back and forth. Temple Archives coming through. The couple Colossus building in. Observer keeps an eye on things there as our Stalkers come blinking up and chasing. Disruptor shot coming through. Another scan out to that right side. Zealot Stalker Disruptor being spotted. I'm just going to see the jump onto this Nexus as we are going to be seeing that going down instantly. Yeah. Goblin, if he just kept 1 or 2 extra bases alive, I mean, it seems like a lot, but again, that drop on the right side, that was super low. If he was able to kind of keep that alive, that base alive against that, that would have made the difference. Right now, his Colossus are kind of separated too. Honestly, he had a lot of good ideas. This was very close in the end, but Gumiho will overwhelm now. It was very close at points, though. Goblin had a real opportunity as Gumiho stays alive in the winner bracket. Fights for it and gets it. As Gumiho is able to take a map. But man, still even that was an absolute challenge for him as Goblin will sit still 1 map away from getting into that qualifying best of 7. I wonder if he mixes it up and does... Like, Goblin's playing a similar thing each game so far. I wonder if he gets a little crazier right now. I wonder if he says, you know what, still got the advantage. Let's try and do something with that right now, rather than letting you kind of feel comfortable getting into these longer games. Could be an interesting approach for sure. Goblin still leads 2-1. We'll take a moment to get back at it. And we'll just take a second to rest the voice again, guys. That's why I'm just quiet. Trying to keep some power up. We got a couple best of 7s after this still. Game number 4, as in the bottom left-hand side, Gumiho, our Red Terran player, steps back into the series. Take a couple moments and get set up. As you got racks coming through, SCV on the way, and getting the gas coming online as well. Was going to come over. Like I say, I would not mind if Goblin got a bit aggressive. Like, yes, he's won 2 games doing what he's been doing, but I just feel like that last game was kind of fortunate to get to the point he got to. And if Gumiho is going to start playing to let it just go later, then I think you as Goblin maybe need to take a bit more of an initiative yourself, right? But could also come down to the maps a little bit too, right? Maybe certain maps allow Goblin to kind of do something a little bit extra himself a little bit sooner as well. There's definitely some questions to be asked there as continue in. What's up, Grimcave, by the way? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. And thank you for your support. Thank you for priming up the channel and supporting the stream. Super duper appreciate it. Thank you so much. Factory coming about, CC, SCV, and Reaper building up. Let's just have ourselves the gateway coming down. Cybercore building. Gateway going to get chrono boosted. Adept on the way out. And the warp gate building as well. Reaper going to go fighting the probe. Going to be able to grab that already. Factory coming through, the CC and the SCV continue to come about right now. Reactor still building as the warp gate and the sentry build as well. Access on the natural. And that sentry and early hallucination scout has definitely been the rhythm of Goblin and getting him some info early. It's been one of those big things, so I'm going to try it again now. Obviously, last game, Gumiho did a bit of a better job of denying it with the Widow Mine and so, but eventually the scouting was there still. Gumiho going to play Cyclone this game. And you can already see where you would like to hit. That Reaper Wall-Off comes at a cost. You do not get to just invest into that freely. It does come at a pricey cost for sure, so something to think on as the Minivacs. Cyclone and Marines are coming up. So definitely wants to apply some pressure. The hallucination will see. Tech Lab Factory. Starport no add-on. So you get a good idea of what is building initially. Definitely some guesstimates you can make. Put yourself into a reasonable spot. Rex is going to swap around, jump onto Attack Lab, start up a reactor, factory getting set up as well, so just get that going. Again, the Blink and the Stalker coming up here. I'm just going to see the gateway and the batteries coming through, extra barracks building, still back on the way. So Chrono boosting away on that Blink is get ourselves a couple of Stalkers able to fight, and the Cyclone already taking some damage as well. Medevac up to the top, heading toward the main base. Just going to go for the mineral line here, which is currently undefended. Will Stalkers warp in. Apparently Gumiho is not going to commit to it, doesn't want to give those units up. Is happy to back away for the moment instead. Oh, well now the Stalkers catch the Medevac. We're going to go for the unload here, but the Medevac will go down. Those Marines are going to be lost. What a catch from Goblin! As wow, the bait into the main and then actually gets caught kind of retreating away. And Goblin gets a fantastic start because that's no damage taken, and he cleaned up a bunch of units early in the game. Stalker's attacking, we still got that charge building through. Nexus Forge Assimilator all building up right now. We have ourselves the couple Stalkers still joined together. I mean, this is a lot of units, especially for having lost a bunch of units freely initially as Goblin and as Gumiho, and now not having any pressure on the map to keep these units back at all. Double tank well set up though, and the Stalker's just going to have to start pulling back a little bit here. Stalker's actually going to be able to get the chance to come through. Get a little bit of a grab. Medevac's coming about for the moment. So again, we take a moment or so here and get settled. I see the Stalkers really want to try and do something, but they're eating a lot of tank shots. That double tank on the high ground is putting some work in right now, so I don't want to stay clear of that if at all possible. Marine's going to stem into the third base, and that's where Gumiho is absolutely going to find a chance to get some damage done as well. So, able to step straight on through with that one. Shots coming back and forth. We do have ourselves the 4 probes dropping, so damage is dealt. Medevac Marines coming overhand. We still have the concussive shells +1 combat shield coming up as well. The few Stalkers still taking hits off those tanks. Those tanks have been huge, very well positioned. Without them, this would have been a very different story already. So yeah, big to see them continuing to play away and deal some good damage to those Stalkers throughout. We got cancel on this pylon as well, so nothing to be gained there from Goblin, who is going to try and come in and clean up that medevac, but yeah, it definitely feels like a good start of the game from Gumiho. Long way to go, but yeah, able to take a lot of control, defend against that Protoss aggression and that Protoss poking, doing a lot of the things correctly so far. One tank will on siege, and you have the Stalker over here, going to take a few more shots of damage. It's going to go down already. Folks on that left-hand side, they're looking for that exact medevac, but it's going to slip by. Wow. A little bit of fortune for Gumiho as Goblin goes from checking one place to the other. And Gumiho is in the right place with the right time for that medevac. It could have been so much worse for the medevac than it was. Actually turns out to be pretty darn okay in the end. Oh, missed that turret. A couple medevacs and marauders on the way through. Still got depots and the orbital building up as well. Let's just see again. A +2 attack and extended thermal lance continue to come out. A little bit of bio going to be there to push the Stalkers back. They really have not succeeded in much at all. Resources lost actually has been bad for Gumiho, but I feel like that was much more earlier on. He's actually going to get jumped on now as this little army comes through, and Gumiho's not really ready to fight it. He just about gets back. The tank position, I think, is one of the things you can't really do much about as Goblin here, and yeah, he gets back toward the siege tanks, which was necessary. Good job by Gumiho. Good opportunity from Goblin, and he does see those medevacs loading up on the other side. Stalkers do have blink, remember, so they can blink after. And right now, Gumiho is in trouble. He's going to lose a medevac immediately. He's going to lose a second one. What a catch by Goblin. 2 full medevacs. And that is a huge, huge catch. The Observer brilliantly placed to see action coming to the top left, and Goblin immediately capitalizes. That is a chunk of supply going down for Gumiho. He had some good fortune earlier with the medevac escape and the Stalkers. That was him, not even bad fortune, that was him just going for a very committed play when there was a very good bit of information available for Goblin, who, honestly, after that, you feel like he should be able to get enough Zealots here to kind of charge through a little bit. I would not hate to see him just charge in a little bit, split the Zealots against the mines a little. Obviously, the tanks are still scary to attack into, but it's a little messy. He is going to get rid of a siege tank there. He loses a lot of Zealots. He just struggles to kind of get in reach and to get everything kind of fighting. The defensive position of Gumiho keeping him alive for the moment. But now the Stalkers begin to bully because you got rid of the tank on the left side, so there's a little bit less zone control than there has been previously, but we are building 4 Vikings at a time. So we are getting a good answer to the Colossus at least. That might just reduce this down to a gateway force. If you can reduce this down to a gateway force, then it's hard not to like it. For Gumiho, he gets rid of the Prism, that's huge, gets rid of reinforcements. I don't know if we can do much else as Goblin right now after that massive medevac catch. He fails to really capitalize. Is he really still trying to push in right here? The tank is on siege, so maybe it's a better opportunity for him than it was before. Going to go after a Viking, blinks away with the Stalkers, which means that now the Colossus is just exposed. We try and turn a fight into this. With a Prism here and some reinforcements, would be very different. Zealots are going to show up finally, but man, taking their time about it. Now the Zealots are stuck behind the Stalkers too. Ugly fight for Goblin, who loses his second Colossus. Tell you what though, the Bio is low HP. The medevacs are drained of energy. There's been consistent fighting, so yeah, each and every time those Bio units have to stim, they get lower and lower, and that kind of almost makes it feel like a tempting fight to take. All during this, the 4th CC has not known where to actually go to. Man, so many things could have gone differently that if we just kept the Prism alive, I think that could have been very troubling for Gumiho. I mean, it still is troubling, right? 5 base Protoss is just warping in units and coming across the map at you. Three-2 coming up, 1 unit on the right side. This is where the 4th base wants to try and be. That siege tank just a little scary. It's only 1 tank, but it's still, like I say, got a little bit of fear factor in it for sure. You know, just going to come in, the medevac goes down. Every medevac counts for a lot when we've been talking about low HP units, right? Not enough healing available. Going to see a commitment through. The Zealots don't care so much about those siege tanks. We are going to get rid of the first one. The Zealots charging in nicely. Widowmines, though, doing their job. Stalker's going to go after the 4th. Well, you can't hate that, right? Put Gumiho down at 3 bases. Gets a medevac, then blinks out of there, getting the most out of those Stalkers and their abilities before backing it up and falling away. Prism on the bottom side here will provide reinforcements. Goblin has a ton of money, but it gets spent quickly when you make 11 Zealots at a time. And the Observer there going to allow us to get that Widowmine and then just blink back again without any losses and just chip through the tech of your opponent. Nice scan from Gumiho, obviously aware that the Observer would have been there. Would have been a smart time to just be actively pulling the Observer back, right? Because it's like you literally just revealed it by killing the mine, of all things. Going to commit through right now. Stalker's going aggressively after the Vikings. Gets a little bit weird because the choke point comes in from that building command center. Stalkers get rid of a Marauder. We run and rerun, but we will lose the Colossus. So again, splash damage is not something we're keeping alive very easily at all here as Goblin. Zealot Stalker gathers together. One Zealot leading the charge. He's going to get hit. Bio, I'm going to take that down. Man, there's just so many bases coming online. That is the problem for Gumiho. That Goblin truly is just taking the map and mining. And the control that this army gives you is the reason for this, right? Like, Gumiho, when he's tried to go across the map, has been picked off and picked away at, and it's been basically thrown away units. So now he's trying to play defensively, but he can't even get a 4th base up while Goblin just applies pressure. He expands, and Gumiho is not stopping the expansions like Goblin is. That's the issue that a lot of Terrans fall into in this matchup lately is Zealots coming through, Stalkers getting underneath, they get rid of a medevac. Goblin playing this correctly, keeping the pressure up. There is a new 4th going to take position now. Can we stop this? He's going to see it with the Observer, so immediately aware of what's going on there. And can he get there and actually deny this? As I'll step up, the Bio steps through. Stalkers going to take a blink away. More Bio shots still coming through. Those Zealots chasing. So I was going to charge into this mineral line because now you've got an extra space to defend. So Goblin does not really want to fight up here. Just let the Disruptor Zone, let the Zealots on the bottom side do their thing. He's actually going to start fighting though. It's scary. It's just unnecessary when the Zealots are freely on top of that orbital. Pulls back. He's actually going to loop around and team up with those Zealots potentially as well. So he has options. The thing is, Gumiho can tell that he's in some trouble. Man, the medevac's again low on energy. All these units are stimmed to death. Well, not to death, but they're stimmed heavily so far. That much is for sure. Colossus is just going to get some freebies from a distance. But be careful though, because it's easy to lose those Colossus if you leave them too far forward. Viking's going to do just that as the Disruptor shot just goes for a few SCVs. Stalker's blinking up. That Disruptor should die, so this one does not connect on the Bioforce. Zealots try and charge into the SCVs. The rest of the Zealots stalk Colossus gathering up as well. The Orbital Command will join. Zealots will come over, hitting a little bit extra here. Just going to see the Colossus firing up as well. A bit more damage being done. We blink backwards. The Zealots still coming through. The Disruptor gets taken down. The Colossus falling as well. Zealots want to charge into this. Disruptor wants to think about what it wants to do here. Gets denied. But Goblin is starting to overwhelm the Vikings land. That's just to try and tank a little bit. The Zealot Swarm is going to be the issue. And again, we steer into super low HP on all of the bio units. The Zealots are just charging through because the bio doesn't have enough health to really make a stand at all. Gumiho drops to sub 100 supply. Does not have the economy or the bank account to back that up and to get back into the game from there right now. This is feeling as though we are likely on the way to being done, I think. I think Goblin is going to get the 3-1 victory. A couple of drawn-out games in the end, but Goblin able to just trade well. He took momentum in this game. Gumiho lost a ton of units, but that momentum really sets you up so well as a Protoss. It is what Protoss are able to do so well lately. GG's, and Goblin takes it 3-1 over Gumiho. Goblin 3, Gumiho 1. What a result that is for Goblin. He will play against Lambo in a best-of-7 qualifying match to the EWC. What a dream for Lambo, I feel like. I don't feel like he loves playing against Goblin. I think he'd rather play against Goblin than Gumiho. That really does feel like a very nice situation there for Lambo. It's going to be a great opportunity for him later today to take Goblin on and try and qualify in. Alright guys, GG's, and that is going to be a series. And actually all of the round of 8 done. So up next we started going to the qualifying matches with that TVT coming in first. TVT will be between ByuN and Ryung, and then Goblin versus Lambo. Those are the two matches that are still coming up today. So those two best-of-7s on the way through. Exciting stuff. All right. We'll take a couple of moments, guys. We will be obviously probably about 5 minutes, I guess, on the ad break again. So we'll take a little bit of time here and get ready for that next matchup. I'm going to step downstairs, maybe grab a little snack or something. And we can go from there. So we'll take a couple of minutes. When we come back, it's going to be ByuN Ryung qualifying best-of-7. BRB. I believe it is, right? That is what's up next? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Alright. As long as the Wikipedia schedule is correct. BRB, guys. See you guys soon. Hello, guys. I'm very excited as we get ready to send someone to EWC. This is how it's played out so far. ByuN vs Ryung and Lambo vs Goblin in those qualifying matches in the upper bracket. Then Lemon vs Heromarine and Astrea vs Gumiho in the lower bracket. Those lead into qualifying matches again as well. As we get ready to get this matchup underway, guys, again, thanks for a little bit of patience. Obviously, just between games, we can't do much else. And I am trying to rest up the voice a little bit. There's 2 best of 7s left, ByuN Ryung, and then Goblin Lambo. Potential for really fun matchups here. Who is actually favored between ByuN and Ryung? It's such an interesting question. I'd say ByuN, but Ryung's TVT is genuinely very good. Let's have a look at their history. Wow, ByuN's won the last 5 series he's played against Ryung. 3-1, 3-1 both in the eSports World Cup Korea qualifiers. 3-0 in the Korean Open qualifier, and then 3-2 in the Rex Madness twice. 3-2 and a 2-0. So recently, it really has been ByuN. ByuN's TVT has been very solid, so I guess we'll see what goes down. Get this series ready to go in just a few moments. Typically from here, it's only a minute or 2 before they jump in, so it shouldn't take us long. So yeah, take a moment to heading into the qualifying match. One of these players can book themselves into that global play-in in Riyadh. A lot of prize money, basically won if you just win this series right now as well. It's a pretty big deal. Bottom left will be ByuN to start us off in this matchup. In the top right, we will have Ryung. So if you win this and you get into that play-in stage in Riyadh, you're guaranteed $7,500. You win one series in that play-in stage, you get $12,500. And you win another series, you're in the top 16, you play the main event, and you've won $17,500. So this series is a guaranteed $7,500 if you win. But obviously with a lot more prize money incrementing if you do get to go to Riyadh and then play from there. Very good chance you win more than that as well. So big deal as ByuN opens the series with a bit of a statement. Second barracks on the map proxied. Going to go for some Reaper pressure. Now it's going to be a single gas from Ryung, so he is going to be a little bit vulnerable to multi-racks Reaper. In this case, it probably would have been better to be full on proxy multi-racks, but still a chance to get some still a chance to get some progress made. SCV scout here from Ryung as well will be difficult to really scout much with, because that's the benefit of not proxying both barracks, is that one of those barracks is hidden away and the other just looks very normal. So a little bit of a factor there as the SCV steps up. The Reaper is about halfway done. SCV steps through, looking to see what's going on. It's going to be seeing the yeah, a couple more Reapers coming up. Orbital commands coming through. Commands into building from Ryung as we get settled. And it's going to be seeing, yeah, the Reaper starts to go out across the map. So away we go, SCV. Is not really aware of just what's up yet. And that first Reaper of Ryung is out on the map as well, which is very scary if it ends up meeting the 2 Reapers and you're not aware of it. If you lose that Reaper, you're in a lot of trouble. The SCV just misses the scout. Reaper to the high ground. There's going to be a Marine there as well. That might be good enough. 2 Reapers show up, and ooh, ByuN commits to it. He's going to lose a Reaper for a Reaper. That's fine, because he can still get rid of the Marine. The problem is, by having built the Marine, you don't have anything else on the follow-up, right? There's just another Marine on the way, so actually, this Reaper is going to be good for the moment, and reinforcements will eventually join up. Oh, grenade there, good micro. Get to the high, get to the Reaper to the low ground, hold the high ground a little bit. Reaper's moving through. Look, grenade is going to get rid of 1 SC. Oh no, actually it survived. Low HP on that mineral line. Thought the grenade was going to be enough. We are about to have the Hellion. That's going to be a huge deal breaker here. It's going to help you defend in a big way. But is it enough? Without any support, we're going to have to get the grenade to bop it. Uh-oh, Ryung has no units right now, and SCVs are just going to be exposed. ByuN able to absolutely get some damage done. Now the SCVs are low, and you're just going to be scrambling for a defense. New Marine pops out, but damage is really done already. 5, 6 kills. Chasing for that Marine, we will get that. The Reapers should not be able to get the Hellion this time around, as they will start to fall. But 6 workers, multiple units killed early. 2 new Reapers actually show up, so that Hellion is still not even really safe. Grenade goes down, blocks the SCVs from getting there. We're back to the same situation, although there is a low Reaper and there is a Marine out, so... A couple more workers, though. Another Hellion. It's huge to get rid of the Hellions, because it means the counterattacks are not going to be... into it.
2 Reapers and the Hellion join up.
Yeah, just getting rid of the Hellions from your opponent means that they don't ever really get an army advantage. And now ByuN is just ahead in workers and ahead on army in these early stages. And actually, he's going to come bullying up this ramp. He has a lot more right now. And if Ryung has to keep pulling SCVs against this will just be a disaster. I think we might just be at the point where there's just too much of an advantage. The Reapers will trade very well against these Hellions right now. But we did get the second Hellion out. It survives for a long time. So maybe we're going to be okay for a moment or two longer, but it's another 6 dead SCVs. And that's the issue. You just can't play from that kind of a position here as Ryung. There's just way too much deco damage taken, and ByuN gets into a stellar position at the start of this best of 7. Cyclone moves into the main base as the aggression just continues. We do have a Banshee out, though. Oh, and the Hellion block! It'll be very cute as the Cyclone cannot stay locked onto the Banshee. He'll get another SCV, but a little bit of greed with the Cyclone here running up into the main, and he is going to get punished for it. The Cyclone goes down. I mean, you can do this stuff like this, though, with the lead that you have right now as ByuN. That's fine. The Banshee turned out to be a great build defensively there as the Cyclone pops, and the Order Command continues to come through. Orbital lands onto the low ground, gets into that natural. We will see the, again, mag field continuing up. Cyclone still on the way. Banshees, Cyclone, the Hellion heading down to that bottom left-hand side. We have the Raven heading into the main base. And drop an order turret down as well. 2 SCVs again. It just keeps on continuing. This first game is feeling very ByuN favored. What does Ryung have to maybe get back in the game with? 2 Banshees and a Cyclone. Like, that's the only thing he can really answer with right now. Like, there's nothing else set up in this game for him here. He has no other option. Marine taking a few shots. Cyclone's coming over. Banshee's taking a bit of damage. A couple of Cyclones still coming through. You're going to see the Cyclones return fire. I mean, there's just a bunch of Marines as well. We nearly got a Raven. We lost a Banshee. I mean, Ryung is again down 30 supply or so this first game. It's definitely not looking like his. SCV's going down again. SCV mine time being lost. It is a best of 7. Plenty of time to work your way back into it. But probably not in this first game. Cyclone's going to be annoying. I mean, they have mag field, which is nice, but you know, we got to kill off. Order turret's helping. Raven in the main base just sat here waiting to drop an order turret again. SCV is going to be lost once more. Just in case the, you know, work count wasn't already good enough for ByuN. Ryung again is just going to stick in this, but this one really is pretty heavily decided already, I would say. Even for TVT, which has a lot of defender's advantage and weighs back into games a lot of the time, even for TVT, this one is maybe too far gone. Ryung's going to try and play into mech and just hope that, you know, ByuN stims into him very, with some very bad judgment at some point, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. GG, and ByuN is going to take the opening game of this best of 7. All start off with the 2 racks Reaper with one of those barracks procs and the other at home. And ByuN able to get enough of a micro win there in order to take that game. Ryung tapping out, and game number 2 is going to be starting up soon with ByuN in his favor at the moment. Guys, I'm just going to mute up for one moment. I'll be right back. Back into it. Last fantasy for map 2. The 3-player map coming in right now. Definitely an interesting one as we head in. Refinery coming up. STV's on the way. And get settled down early. Gas on racks on the way, a couple gases coming through. Let's just see the early development going to be nothing too wild. ByuN going to be the one to try and expand a little earlier this time with a single gas opening for himself in the early stages. The SCV from Ryung going the wrong direction at first. You don't know where your opponent spawns on a 3-player map. And CC coming down, the orbital setting up, Reaper on the way. Obviously, Ryung just happy knowing his opponent's top left, doesn't need to go over there with the SCV. He'll probably only go down to the Reaper, so not guaranteed to gather much more information. He's going to send the Reaper in that direction, though. CC on the low ground. ByuN playing very safe. He expanded quickly, but he expands to the high ground, so it'll take him a few moments to get that CC to the low ground. But obviously, just the fact that he's expanding more quickly does allow you to kind of build it out of position. He'd rather be safe and be able to defend it should some aggression come his way, because he's obviously playing the no scout initially. Let's see the Reapers coming over. We've seen the units gathering, Reapers and Hellion joining, Reactor coming up, Starport build and Hellion still popping out. We do have ourselves, obviously, the attempt to get to the low ground here, surely from ByuN. We're just going to go stepping over, just going to be having that landing position. Reapers and the Hellions getting ready to poke in toward the natural here next few moments. You do have Marines in position, and a little grenade or two coming down. He's getting chased away immediately, so good damage being dealt. Cyclones, Ravens continue to come up. So that interference matrix coming through, the Raven coming over. It's going to be seeing Observer taking a look around the edges here. Yeah, a lot of line of sight block, a lot of just blockers on the map. So it does kind of limit where you can go. You can't really use that dead airspace in the corner. Definitely will catch Terrans of all people kind of off, and especially Ravens trying to linger around will not be able to get away as much as they might typically like to, you know. That'll definitely be one thing we continue to watch here. Starport in the back, and you have our siege tank and Raven building through. It's going to be seeing the interference matrix coming online. Obviously, much more passive game. ByuN didn't open aggressively, and both players are just kind of stood here looking at each other right now and continuing to settle. Both those Cyclones gathering up. Taking on the way. Three of them building, so double starboard from Ryung. Going to be very aggressive from him. Double starport, you're basically committing to this two-base push. Looking to take advantage of a Terran who is taking a third. Who's maybe not, you know, someone like, you know, basically if you don't have the air control to fight this off as ByuN, it can be very scary. So we will see. It's going to be tough. ByuN would love to get that little bit of info ahead of time that this is coming even. Range is going to be there. Hellion taking a couple of shots. Devils coming through. We do have our Ravens going to step up a little bit. Have the siege tank's going to be hit. Interference matrix going to land on the first tank already. And start pushing in position. That tank is going to go down, so it falls instantly. Two Cyclones hitting the Vikings. We will see the Vikings taking some big shots. Both of those will go down as well. So it's going to be some more nice grabs for the moment, as you'll see the Ravens still lingering around the side. A couple of SCVs coming through. Nice matrixes from ByuN. He's going to try and break out right now, pulling the SCVs in. He's up against a bunch of order turrets, but he doesn't really have a choice. This was the moment he picked to break out. He'll get the tanks, though. There's one tank in the back there. Does not want to walk into that. He's pushed Ryung far enough away for now that he's surviving. And he does have himself a lot of upgrades on the way. A third CC. There's a lot of benefits for ByuN just kind of having, you know, survived this for now. Especially just having upgrades where his opponent will not is going to be a big deal. Libra is going to be annoying. ByuN starts to figure out a way to maybe engage one more time. Stim coming up soon, but the Vikings land. They're going to get it just after it finishes. So that's a moment of fortune there from ByuN. as Ryung was a second or so late from making something of a play on that. Those Ravens have to be super careful for ByuN 2 with the Vikings of Ryung able to linger around. Playing in this confined space right now. Tank's going to unsiege as the Liberator tries to poke further forward again. What does ByuN want to do? The problem is if he pulls SCVs again, this time he'll be significantly behind on SCVs after. And his opponent is on a third base coming up as well. Oh, coming from the back with the Ravens, so you can try and get some casts off initially. Without these Ravens going down, Matrix on one, Auto Turret from the other. Here we go, SCV's going to pull as ByuN looks to swarm this army and utilize the power of the Stim and Bio. Now, he will not overall look too great. Loses a lot of SCVs. I was going to say the opportunity may come in the counterattack, but he's not going to have that many units left for a counterattack. So I don't think it's going to matter. I think ByuN is just going to be a little bit dead right there. That was just too much damage taken, too much of an attempt to break out, too much of a costly attempt to break out, basically. Going to cost him big time in the end. Raven coming through, Medivacs continue about. Medivacs is going to go in, tanks, marines will unload SCVs. We'll be in some trouble. That's going to be seen. I mean, ByuN has to make something happen on the counter. He does have good upgrades, but man, he's getting ripped apart at the other side with that Liberator coming through. And Lib's going to come in defensively here as well. He gets a Raven. Tries to set up here. He needs to do something about the siege tanks. Well, that was kind of a wild one. He does okay. I just don't think it's going to be enough. He drops into the main base. ByuN down 14 SCVs, so that would be one of the big things he could catch up on by jumping into this mineral line. I was going to say, he's kind of just sat there, but there's a siege tank there as well. There's a lot of defensive units in position from Ryung. I think he's going to stabilize coming out of this, and ByuN third base on location now, but he just did not find the SCV damage he needed here to really even this out at all. Tanks will siege. Just going to see the tank getting fired back on. Liberators and the Vikings moving through. One vehicle weapons going by. Again, our units are going to sit spread out there for a couple moments as well. I just don't think ByuN will do much else. Now, he is going to start rebuilding some SCVs. Obviously, he's going to try and bounce back into this. He's playing against mech is one of the problems, and a mech on what is going to be a... Yeah, mech is going to be one of those things on a short map where it's going to be so hard for ByuN to stop when Ryung decides he wants to push. ByuN is bouncing back army supply-wise, but again, that's a lot because he's spamming out marines, whereas obviously Ryung is building, powerful mech units. And what's up, Loco? Thank you everyone for joining us from the raid. Hope you're doing well by casting the eSports World Cup Global Qualifier. This is the last chance qualifier. This is a qualifying best of 7. Winner goes to Riyadh and joins the eSports World Cup between ByuN and Ryung. After this, we got Lambo and Goblin playing at best of 7 with the same stakes on the line. I'm co-streaming. There's a main stream as well. We're just co-streaming, so hello, welcome. Hope you guys are doing great. Thank you so much. You joined us in a game where ByuN took a lot of damage early and kind of got bullied around and is not in the greatest of positions in this TVT, but is going to try and pull it back playing the Bio against Mech right now. Definitely tough. Let's see what happens. More tank shots coming through. Couple connections going down. Tank's going to siege up again. Is going to get siege there as well. Tank gets pushed the other direction. That's our turrets. Going to get shot away at. Tank's going to fire. Depot taking damage. Double Liberator going to siege up. I just have to step back with the siege tank there. We very nearly have that taken down. As obviously ByuN trying to make something happen with his position on the map. Let's do the stem forward. Trying to play the deny on the 4th base. What's actually very cool about this from ByuN's point of view as well, is that he's essentially taking control of the bottom side. He's controlling away from his own base. So it's kind of forcing Ryung to defend away from where ByuN is at, which makes it harder for Ryung to kind of turn this into a push back onto the other side, you know? I can see that tank getting liberated. Is there a long-term plan for ByuN in terms of army composition? Again, liberated and just air control is going to be difficult to deal with. Trying to play from two different sides right now. It's so tempting to just stim into that Viking and Raven Cloud, isn't it? He's going to do it. Don't blame him. Barely even took a tank shot, to be honest. On the left-hand side, Ryung is unsieged as well. I mean, one of the big things about Mech is being in position and not being caught out. He is getting caught out a little bit. ByuN applying some good pressure here and there, but he did step too far forward, unfortunately, in the end. Stepped way too far forward in the end. We got 2-2 building, building up your igniter, plus 2 vehicle weapons on the way up as well. Medevac's going to drop in over onto this mineral line. Tank going down. SCV's going to get jumped on. The Vikings get over there. One Medevac going down already. ByuN lost a lot in that previous attack, but he's just trying his best to keep this economy low and make it so that he can sustain long enough. He just killed 14 SCVs. I mean, it's some very good efforts from ByuN. At some point, Ryung has to just be like, screw this, I'm going to unsiege and walk across the map. He's going to get in, SCV's going to take damage. A couple of ByuN's going to jump onto those Hellions. Hellion there just going to hit the CC for a little bit. Tank's moving around the left. The Lib's going to go over to the right. And there is that big push from Ryung on that left-hand side. The problem is for ByuN, that's his natural, and then into the main base. Right? So, kind of a huge scenario where that position is kind of pretty big. Hard for ByuN to really do much about that now. So he's just going to base trade it, but scans up to the high ground, sees the Thors. He's not going to be able to get on top of the production. His own production will be sieged just a little bit more slowly because tanks are going to be slow moving than a stimmed up bio army. ByuN's been playing from behind the entire time. He's made a lot of attempts. He's not been able to succeed, unfortunately. And drops down to 140 supply. We're only about at 150. And ByuN clean up. The Vikings trying to clean up the medevacs that were dropping on top of tanks. It was, again, a cool idea, but ByuN has just been a little shy in a lot of these fights from having enough to truly clean up. He's going to jump onto a few of the Vikings there, but I mean, at this point, it's just too late to jump on this army, right? And ByuN does not have the supply to trade against tanks like this, especially when it's going to be irreplaceable supply at that. Ryung is going to take game 2. We are going to get tied up in this best of 7. GG. I like that ByuN tried because it did seem like there was a lot of opportunities and potential for him to actually make a good play or two and actually get into some good spots and potentially maybe even get back into the game. There was also just some moments where, despite everything he tried, he took a couple of bad fights and bad trades, and a couple of those bad trades ended up being very costly in the end as well. Alright, we'll take a couple of moments. That was one of the weirder maps in the map pool. We won't have a map with a short rush distance like that again. On the right hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN. As you get into game 3 here on Incorporeal. SCV straight onto the map. And that, of course, means we'll see SCV2 as well for the full proxy mode attack here from ByuN. Top left, our red Terran player is going to be Ryung. 1 gas, 2 gas. Those are the questions we're going to ask here for Ryung defensively. Let's go gas first. So barracks a little delayed. Second barracks goes down. Refinery still building up. It's going to be seeing the couple of SCVs transferring across toward that gas right now. And a couple of barracks continuing up as well, so we take a few moments there. What's up, Lanchan? Thanks so much for the 39-month resub on the Prime. Yeah, Ryung is going to go 1 gas and attempt to expand, but he is going to scout first, because obviously if you're going to 1 gas expand, you want to know that you're not being proxied. So he is going to take that chance to prepare. SCV coming into the main base, second gas coming online in a couple of moments. And Ryung is going to see a lack of barracks here. And that means that you're not going to expand. Instead, you can invest your extra minerals for the command center into a bunker. And that's exactly why you scout at the time that you do, because it's just before you're going to throw the CC down. It allows you to adjust the build order defensively. Two SCVs here of ByuN team up on the one of Ryung to get the kill. And the first Reaper of ByuN just going to hang back. Not going to go on its own. Bunker about to be done here, as we will have these 2 Reapers stepping up. Obviously, there's still spaces you can jump into. We take a few shots initially. Not going to get much done. Going to sit and regen. We have a bit of time before the first Hellion pops, so we can hold back and wait for the 3rd Reaper perhaps before we make another attempt here. I think that's what ByuN is going to do. Going to try and outnumber up here. Jumps up. Good shots onto the Reaper, but he loses 1. He does not manage to keep the shots going. And ByuN gets denied early. Good defense by Ryung. Good adjustment so far. And ByuN is going to be making 1 more Reaper. 1 barracks already heading home. And the factory is coming online as well. So getting that up back at home, but going to be behind on that tech. And yeah, that investment into the double racks has not quite gone for too much just yet. Those Reapers join together and a step toward the natural. Stacy coming up, Starport coming through, a couple of Hellions and the Reaper gathering together as well. Barracks floating through at the front too. Gonna land on the natural. We'll take a few shots, but it can block the CC for a bit. I'm going to follow this up by going into Magafield, but this is not a pretty start. It's not super badly far behind like you might have seen one of the games earlier being, but it's not ideal. Like I see, you're definitely delayed a bit. He is going to get a CC finished on location. That's good. He's not letting his opponent take the CC too quickly. So you can see the Reapers chasing. Chased away again. Barracks going to go down eventually. Not much else for it to do. Could scout into the main, but you roughly know what's happening anyway. So that will go down, and most of the CC taking position. Both way, I mean, honestly, the orbital is not even morphed here on this command center, so ByuN is going to end up on the faster expansion. He's going to have the orbital morphed just about morphed in versus not morphed in. So a little bit of an advantage for him there. CC morphs into the orbital. Techlo coming through, refinery coming up. Medevac will make its way down on the map. Cyclones or Reapers continue to come through as well. Reapers and the Cyclones still just gathering. Interference Matrix and the Raven in production. We have the Magfield Accelerator about to finish up. Raven tank, couple SCVs, and Command Center continuing to build through. Medevac still comes through. Just going to be having, again, the Raven. Interference Matrix coming about. CC coming over. Medevac heads down that right-hand side. Cyclone will be there to lock onto the Reaper, but the Reaper is able to pull away. Oh, was good enough. Just takes the 2 shots. As ByuN trying to micro with the Cyclones over here as well. He does have Magfield on those Cyclones. They're able to trade well if they get the chance, but this is him being completely outnumbered. And he will lose a Cyclone. Medevac is just about able to get away, though. And so the Cyclone in there is hurting, so... It's an empty Medevac from Ryung going to come for the scout through into the main base. We'll see the additional barracks confirm that it's not going to be mech, so that's pretty much the one thing you're really looking to try and confirm right now. So able to make that little bit of a confirmation. The Viking comes over that right-hand side and he's going to start pinging away at a Medevac for a couple of moments. Medevac takes some shots. Just going to see the, again, a couple of extra barracks on the way through. Engineering base. We do have a good idea of where this is heading to on both sides now. Those upgrades all coming about for the moment. Medevac is going to go down, so that scout did come at a cost in the end. The Raven still gathering up, just going to have the Cyclone Siege Tank joining in together. Those units gather up and we begin to move on through. Let's see the tank taking a siege on the watchtower. Just take a couple moments. The Medevac and a couple Cyclones on the right side. Again, still looking to try and find some damage with said Cyclones, as the game has evened out in a lot of ways. As Marines head over to the right, just going to see the Cyclones. One goes down instantly. Still got again 1-1 on combat, still continuing up. Tank shot good, we get rid of a few more Marines. Again, tank just going to be on that watchtower. It's holding out for a few moments. Still got the 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through. Marine tank, Medevac all coming up. Rid of an SCV. These Marines still stepping forward in a depot, already in some trouble. Tanks will continue siege. Marines and tanks coming back across once again, as we are going to see Ryung getting in position, spreading across for the moment. A couple of those tanks got lifted into the Medevac already in the army. ByuN turns around the other way. Another nice scan. Marine tank turns away, pulling back for the moment. Just going to have the couple of moments here then as we have the combat shield coming through. Marines tank, Medevacs in production, armory on the way, add a factory on into that. Army's still moving around on the top side as well, trying to see what else is going on as the Marine tank gathers up for the moment. I'm just starting to take that little bit of a lead in supply. Ryung has a slight edge in the upgrade timing. This game is close enough that especially for TVT, where defender's advantage is such a big deal. This can really flip one way or the other at the siege of a tank at this point, quite frankly. So, I like that ByuN's kind of stepping forward, taking some map control. The faster fourth base feels very good for him. As I can say, a lot of things in the game kind of feel like ByuN is in the lead of. The upgrade disadvantages, not great, but if you're the one on the map enforcing the fights, you don't have to force the fight if you're down in the upgrades, right? So it's much more likely. It'd be much worse if Ryung was on the map and potentially forcing fights and he was ahead in the upgrades, because that's when you maybe can't do as much about it, apart from at some point just maybe have to fight as ByuN. See, Ryung is maybe going to do that right now, but ByuN's got a counterattack heading to the left-hand side. He likes what he sees because he's already scanned the position, so he knows there's not enough units here to defend, and so he jumps straight in. Tank goes down. That's going to be an instant kill on the command center. Now, what does ByuN lose in comparison? Nothing so far, because he's very well positioned with the rest of his army. He's going to dive into the main base. He knows exactly what he can get away with here. Unloading already, go after that siege tank, and he might be able to do serious damage in that main. He loads up, relocates a little bit in the center. The tank gets matrix and will go down. Ryung's still trying to find things with his army at this point. ByuN's drop, it's going to kind of slowly get cleaned up, but it's still alive and kicking, so it's taken a while. And that is just damage being done while Ryung is not really doing anything himself. He's still trying to find a position here. But ByuN is so well set up. He's got tanks everywhere defensively. Ryung is not yet finding a way in. One more tank shot on those two tanks would have been huge. Shut that down would have been really nice. Another couple of hits coming by for now. 2 upgrades about to finish. 13 Marines, couple tanks, couple medevacs, all building up. The +1 vehicle weapons coming through as well. He's going to stem up. Tanks going to get chased, and Ryung has to pull away, so obviously ByuN is able to get a lot done on the other side, while Ryung doesn't really manage to achieve anything at all, unfortunately. Medevac's up that left-hand side. It's not turret in good position. Medevac's not going to slip by up the left. I mean, it's going to be seen. ByuN tries to boost it. Yep, that's very dangerous, but he was paying attention, so he doesn't get punished. He is able to rectify the potential mistake. Just unloads. He's going to get chased a little bit. And he's going to have to go run an anti-armor miss on some of those units, so losing out on a few, and Ryung is able to capitalize on ByuN trying to find position there and trying to get something done. Tank siege, Sun Tower goes down. The rest of those Marines just gathering up. Still got the tanks still gathering. 3-3 on the way through as well. Continue to get that on the go as well. Just still got the scans coming about. Keeping an eye on everything right now. Tanks will siege up. We take a moment or two. Just going to be having the Marines stepping forward. Tank's going to be firing onto the planetary from afar. Obviously, nice position for ByuN. He's going to back it up with more units. We're going to siege in return. Obviously, Ryung wants to try and push out of this. ByuN's going to, well, stim up the ramp to try and get the lib. Does not even get it. That's a horrible choice. That's a good way to lose a ton of Marines as ByuN blunders up that ramp and into a position that is not able to do much of anything. Down the left-hand side, Marine, Medevac, Raven on the move. CC in the bottom left-hand side, going to get jumped on. Those Marines able to get a grab. His Medevac's going to try and dive in. This position's been a vulnerable one multiple times over for Ryung. This time he is on his way back from 2 angles to defend this. This might be costly in the end for ByuN. He will go after a couple of Vikings, will get liberated, can dive towards the siege tanks that are all on siege stepping over here. Is there any support for these siege tanks? There is nothing at all. Wow. When I saw the units on the minimap moving in from the right side, I was like, oh, this could be scary. But they were all unsieged tanks, and ByuN knocks, what, like 7 siege tanks down in that moment? One absolutely crazy couple of seconds. That is absolutely wild. ByuN gets so much value in those few moments. And again, Ryung is just kind of being kept back on the bases as well. ByuN is controlling this game. Again, TVT can flip very easily, but ByuN's doing all the things right now to keep him in a good position and keep him in the lead. Marine's going to step through, tank going down. Another Marine stepping through as well. Another siege tank falls. Marines will still jump on forward. A few more Marines coming down the ramp. Siege tank getting chased away. SCVs are going to be in some trouble as well, potentially very soon. We'll just see the Marines trying to run up this ramp here. A couple of depots going to get cleaned up. We continue to push into the base. As Ryung's counterattack is finding some value, to be fair. That siege tank is going to get one shot off before it goes down after finally sieging. A little bit of chaos made by Ryung. Good call. Needs to do something. Can't just let ByuN completely control this game, which is what it was definitely feeling like was starting to happen. Ryung is still here in the main. This last few units taking a while to go down. Supply is very even. ByuN has a little bit more money to spend. And ByuN's just had more base locations active for longer, so again, continuing to mine a little bit more. He's got 10 tanks to the fore. Ryung has 50 to 20 Marines, though. That is a pretty big deal, because obviously being that far ahead Marine count-wise does give you a lot more mobility on the map and ability to move around, so that's a pretty huge factor. There's Yodohi, thank you for the 43-month resub. Starting to fight over the middle of the map. It's very weird because obviously you can shoot over the middle, but you can't walk through the middle. That watchtower makes a complete wall off, so you're kind of fighting left versus right, but you have to like back up and move around to actually get onto that other side. And final kill there as ByuN is making another dive on the left. Does he have the numbers here? Initially felt like he might. I thought an anti-armor missile might strike those Marines, but didn't get it off, so nothing coming from that. And more Marines and Ravens still coming through and online. Couple of tanks coming up. Refineries and planetary building as well. Marines are still stepping forward, so still making some plays. This again just going to be ByuN. Continue to find Ryung out of position, even though, I mean, it's interesting because it's like Ryung had more Marines, so it feels like maybe Ryung should be able to move around more easily, but actually he has because he has so many less tanks, he has way less ways to kind of hold positions as well, so ByuN can move into positions way more easily. This fight going to happen against the planetary forces just in a forward position, so ByuN is actually able to take a good fight here, trading the planetary for the majority of this drop. Tanks in the front going to go down, though. Left behind is Ryung trying to capitalize on what ByuN has left there. Very chaotic game here on Incorporeal. Still feels very ByuN favored overall.
This better be good.
We scan on the left. Planetary. Maybe in some trouble. Ravens, Vikings looking to come through. I'm just going to have anti-armor missile going off on a handful of those Marines. Try and jump down this ramp. A couple of tanks get sieged as well. We're going to get straight down there. Anti-armor missile striking. The tank still firing from afar. Another anti-armor missile striking at the back end of that army. Got the unit count on screen. The Marine count's evened out. It's just a tank advantage to ByuN at the moment. I'll lose one tank there, however. As he tries to press forward, the single tank here is not going to do much to hold on. You're going to get overwhelmed in this position, Ryung. You lose this position, you probably lose that base, and you probably slowly slip from this game, because then ByuN works his way to the left side, gets a base there, and then you just don't really have as much mining left as what you need. It's already a lot of SCVs going down, honestly. This just really disjoints your entire kind of game, right? Because now you've got nothing connecting this left side, so it's very hard to get over there and defend it. You are starting to try and set up the top right to mine from. ByuN just scanned it, sees it's not a planetary or anything, so that's going to 100% be a target from him. The tanks layering it in, and the Marines in trouble as well. We do chase that away, and Ryung has to run tail between his legs with this planetary fortress on the left side, buying a little bit of time, but that's about all it's buying, unfortunately, for the moment. Ryung will try and do something to pull ByuN back a bit and try and fight, Matrixes go down, and ByuN is once again happy to jump on this. There's just not enough tanks from Ryung. He cannot get enough of them up. ByuN is finally going to win this game 3, taking a 2-1 advantage in this series. GG. GG. All right, again, game number 4 coming up, and ByuN is back in the lead. Again, this one's starting with the aggressive proxy barracks and not really going far enough in the end. Take a moment, guys. Reset a bit. Alright, guys. ByuN taking a 2-1 lead in this best of 7. Waiting for this game 3 to start up. This might be my last match of the day, guys. I think this is going on a little bit long. My voice is trailing after 5 hours a little bit. I think we might skip the last best of 7 just to kind of not go a bit overboard. Obviously, there is a mainstream and stuff as well, so it's not like you guys don't have places to watch it. Just I think maybe better to take the last best of 7 off. Tomorrow's a shorter stream anyway, so be able to do it all tomorrow. I think maybe just go and enjoy the Lambo Goblin series just from the couch myself. I've been a bit sick this week and stuff, so just trying to get better and get back on track. Don't want to overdo it and feel like crap tomorrow and not want to stream or something, so we might just, we'll see how the rest of best of 7 goes, but obviously best of 7s have a chance to really go long. I really feel like Lambo Goblin has a very big chance to go long as well, to be honest. I can see some long games between those guys. Unless Lambo just kind of sweeps the Goblin up every, 10 minutes every game, but...
SCV ready.
So, we get ourselves aggression again from ByuN. Really proxy racks heavy this series. Third game out of 4 where he's proxied at least 1 barracks on the map. A CV scout here from Ryung as he looks to go for a single gas opening. CV moves into the main, gonna nibble at the command center. A couple Reapers. Single Reaper on the way out. A couple of Reapers just going through. Factory building in. Command center and the Marine on the way up. Gonna see that Reaper chasing after the SCV. Is gonna be able to get the kill. Nice little grab. SCV's Reaper and Marine ready for the defense. ByuN hops up. He's gonna lose a Reaper straight away, so that's not a good start. Good defense from Ryung. Ryung, overcommitting to that one position is gonna be exactly what he needs. And shuts that down quite nicely already. Oh, he sounds a little sick. Yeah, I had COVID this week, so 5 hours into talking again. My voice is struggling a little bit. I am feeling much better. I just my voice slash body's not used to sitting here and paying attention and working for 5 hours, you know. So yeah, I knew today was going to be long, but it's all good. Like I say, that's probably why I'm going to make this my last of the night, because then don't want to overdo it. I know it's just one more best of 7, but best of 7s really can be like super long, so yeah. Anyways, a few Marines is going to hit the barracks, chase that away. Let's have our Cyclone, the Starport, continue to come through for a couple moments. Prompt command gonna lift off. Move over to the side. Just gonna see the couple of Marines gonna be there. Barracks going to get jumped on. Again, we have the advanced, the mag field accelerator on the way for Cyclones coming through currently from ByuN, so getting that ready to go as well as the few Marines are still chasing that barracks down. The Reaper's gonna head into the natural. See nothing there at all either. Marines is gonna get chased back, taking some damage. It's gonna get pushed away down that bottom side. So you have the interference matrix coming up, Raven on the way through, Cyclone in production. Obviously not the best starts from ByuN, but he's pulled it, you know, the previous game with the Proxy Rax Reapers was not the best starts either. Hellion's going to fire. A couple of Reapers going to shoot back. Again, the Hellions and the Cyclone's going to get turned around. Cyclone's going to lock on. It's going to be coming through. It's going to fire back the other side as... Fire back the other way. Cyclone's just going to lock in there for a couple of moments. Get some shots off. Full Cyclone's locking on, SCV's going down. We've seen a couple of those workers already falling here, as just have... We're in the main base, gonna get some damage done as well, so Ryung is taking a bit of a beating. 5 workers going down already. You can see that Cyclone does get blasted. Liberator still gonna sit there. You can see the SCV is still getting up for the moment as the Hellion chases around. Cyclone goes down, Raven will fall. Viking just gonna fire at the lib. It's gonna get that push back and chased away for the moment or two. So, I mean, damage is done though. I also hate SCVs. Don't even kill the Liberator as well, so we get away with that alive. Gonna having that mag field on that Cyclone as well. We'll camp out and see what he can do. Obviously, he's moving into the bio upgrades, but it is gonna be mech from Ryung. Mech winning Ryung that one game of the series that he won for himself so far. A couple additional barracks coming up. TC just finishing there. Nice scan into the main base. Ryung gonna get a good scout in to see what's going on. Let's scan down to the low ground. Just having ourselves a Liberator down that bottom right. Another scan out the front. Thanks, we'll just siege. Marines gathering about. And we'll have ourselves the Vikings and the tank continue to come through for a couple of moments there. Just gonna see the Marines, gonna continue to trade a little. Fire's SCV's going down, so we got a few trades again, man. Liberators are just going off in this game so far for ByuN. Liberator has 9 kills on it now, and just so much mine time lost as well. Army down that left side. Tank's going to try and siege up. It's going to be seeing the tank is going to fire. One tank goes down from afar. Viking's going to shoot and hit the medevacs. It's just going to be seeing ByuN. Trying to take position. The Marine's getting over here. Going to test Ryung's defense in multiple different places. And armor upgrade and combat shield continuing through. Those Vikings getting onto that medevac right away here. The medevac gets a full unload at least, so can go after some SCVs. Again, Ryung has just been bleeding SCVs for this game so far, basically, so... Getting a little rough. Tank's going to try and edge forward here. ByuN trying to get in reach of the base, but obviously trying to stay out of reach of the tanks. Oh, he has reach on a tank right there, so he is going to get one. That's big, because now he can actually kind of go around the top side for the moment with his tanks as well, so that's actually really nice. I just forward a little bit further again, scanning once more. Now he's on reach on the edge of that mineral line, so getting into position. Yeah, nicely done. ByuN just holding the position against Ryung, and not start seeing him yet. Going elsewhere as well, again, continuing to kind of force Ryung to over-defend one place, then trying to punish him elsewhere. The Liberator going to show up defensively on this left side is just what we need from Ryung. Push these tanks back. ByuN is going to see it, and he should get away with only 1 tank lost there. It was a little late to not lose anything, but there's going to be a stim in. There's a few Hellions here to kind of play a defense in front of the tanks, but we are diving through onto a couple of them. Did ByuN overcommit in? He's losing a lot of the bio, to be fair. There's a very deep tank line on the natural. Like, the fact there's still like another tank there is kind of crazy, because it's the natural. I guess that is Ryung just kind of predicting that ByuN might come around from this direction and kind of try and head in that head in that way. So the preparation is made, and rightly so. Job well done as we scan out onto that base. Bio still getting up to the top. Couple tanks will siege. Let's see our Vikings gathering overhead still. Plus 2 vehicle weapons and plating coming over. A little bit of a split. Bio getting chased. Two starports on the way from ByuN as well. Just really readying for the later stages of this game as we just have the bio heading down. Medevac's pulling back. One tank gonna try and step a bit further forward, still having the Vikings overhead. See the couple Hellions on that left-hand side trying to come through too. Get one, we get two. The run by is just going nowhere for Ryung. He has no control on the other side of the map currently. Still got that 2-2 on the way in. Couple tank shots, but I'm still getting shot. I mean, ByuN's just holding such a good position, and again, as he techs up behind this into more air units, he's really going to be able to take much more control of this game. These two medevacs just boosting over here. They'll find a way in. They'll go on top of a tank, but units are going to be nearby. I don't know if ByuN really needs to be kind of pressing the issue right now. You know? Like I said, I feel like if he's just, as long as he just keeps on building air units, they'll get those starports active and he takes air control. This is a very tricky scenario for Ryung because it's going to be tough for Ryung to get to a fourth base. Well, ByuN finds the tanks on siege. What a moment to dive in. Gets the scan, gets the jump. Well, he may not have needed to press the issue, but if the opportunity presents itself, then you take it with open arms. ByuN goes up 3-1, and he is a map away from the eSports World Cup. Alright, well, ByuN just needs one more map as Ryung unable to get going there. Very well controlled by ByuN, definitely showing why I feel like he has been the favorite in this series. And why he's been controlling the series for the most part. He's making a lot of plays. He's controlling these games well. And he's just taking what he's given. He's not going overboard. He's not pressing too much a lot of the time. Like, it felt here like he threw a few units away, but that's also just, I think, sometimes keeping action going against a mech player where you do have a base lead still, right? Like, it's easy to say, well, maybe he didn't need to throw all those drops in. But it did keep Ryung continuing to defend those positions that potentially opened up the game-winning stim in the end as well, right? So, a lot to think on there as ByuN takes a 3-1 advantage in this best of 7. One map, and he's going to be part of the eSports World Cup. Last year as well, of course, ByuN. Right, if Ryung could make it, but this is a tough final qualifier to try and get through. Not much is for sure. Let's get into game 5. ByuN is on the match point in the top right-hand side. Ryung looking to stay in this qualifying match by winning this game. That's the Diva coming about, Rax coming through. As the SCV comes over. I mean, ByuN has won every game he proxied on. And again, just gonna, I mean, I think he just sees this as a way for him to take very consistent control of the game. He obviously likes his micro Reaper style against Ryung and feels as though he can consistently put himself in good positions in this scenario, so if that's the case, why the hell not go with it, right? Like, I agree. I don't think it's a bad call, honestly. Just, kind of wild to keep on seeing it, but if it's working, like, even when it doesn't go great, he's in a comfortable enough position to play on from there. So until Ryung shows they can take advantage of the Reapers not doing enough, like, it's one thing to defend against the Reapers, you know? It's one thing to defend against them. It's a completely other thing to then actually be able to come out and be like, hey, this is what I'm going to do about it, you know? SCV coming down as we get set up. And we take a moment or two to get this game rolling. Just stepping about. Just going to be seeing, obviously, the move forward here. As Ryung is not in position preemptively this time like he was before. That gave him a really good start last time. One more grenade. SCV's hurt, but they should be repairable, of course. So we don't lose a Reaper straight away. ByuN have the reinforcing third Reaper very shortly to help him out. Couple of hits. SCV's in the Marine coming about. But still on the way through currently. Back into that natural. SCV's gathering. Starport on the way. Command center coming through. Get up to this high ground. Helene in a little bit of trouble. Grenades still coming down. Blasting units backwards. ByuN might have just done it. He might have just booked himself a ticket to the eSports World Cup. The micro lacks at the end a little bit. He loses a Reaper against a Marine that was not necessary. And he, so much so, he's actually going to back away and wait for more Reapers rather than pressuring the mineral line already. That one Reaper is a shame because every Reaper is going to help you to snowball this. A lot of SCVs already off the line. Let's see how we do. We've got to keep these Reapers away from the Hellion. Oh, what a grenade! It bounces the Hellion into the Reapers, and now the Reapers can jump on it. Hellion down. SCVs are fighting for their lives. It's not going to be enough. GG's! ByuN is qualified for the eSports World Cup. The play-ins. Congrats to him. He makes it through. GG, well played, Ryung. GG, well played by Ryung. I think he actually put up a good fight, but ByuN was just better today, as he has been in general recently against Ryung. ByuN makes it to the eSports World Cup, and he will be going there alongside 3 others still from this qualifier, guys. I'm going to call it there, guys. I just don't have another best of 7 in me. I'm sorry. I would love to see Goblin make it. I'd love to see Lambo make it through this next matchup, so I'm just going to go and enjoy that one from downstairs and just go chill out a little bit, because 5 hours coming in off being sick is already quite a lot. So, again, you guys already have somewhere to watch it, so I'll send you guys over there with the raid and stuff as well. But I am done for the day. I just can't manage one more. That bottom side, by the way, one of Astrea, Gumiho, and Ryung will make it. So that's information as well, right? So Astrea, Gumiho, or Ryung, one of those guys will make it to the eSports World Cup. The other 2 will not. So yeah, I will be here tomorrow, guys. I'll be doing the lower bracket co-stream tomorrow as well. So same deal as today, just with the lower bracket, same time. Tomorrow will only be 2 best of 5s and 2 best of 7s. So I think we'll be able to get through everything tomorrow. Today was just, like I say, a lot, but also it's freaking hot today as well, which is not exactly helping. I'm roasting to death in this room, so yeah. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much for watching and supporting, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow for some StarCraft 2 once again. Bye!